Audio check. All right, welcome in everybody. How we doing? It's Thursday, but it doesn't feel like Thursday to me because the schedule is very jumbled. I guess it kind of feels like Thursday. All right, Dreambound, welcome in. How's it going? So, today is day 10 of .hack Quarantine. I don't think today will be the finale, but we shall see. Let's go ahead and get switched over and see what we can learn. Oh, that's right. I said I was going to set up the transition for this layout, but I still haven't done it because I've been busy. I'll have to make sure I do that tomorrow. That's okay. The people who are early don't even care, probably. The people who are here early enough to see the fanfare probably don't care. I haven't turned on the capture card yet either. Be right back. Have more tunes. There we go. I have no good reason for being late today. I just am a little bit late. It's taken me a long time to wake up today. Didn't sleep great last night, so I was just a little sluggish today. I drank a caffeine this morning, which usually serves me quite well in preparation for a second caffeine in the afternoon. But today it just kind of nudged me along. It didn't really spur me forward in the way that it usually does. And I think it's just because I didn't sleep great last night. But it's going to be a good day anyways, because we have a ton of side quests to do today, and we're kind of closing in. Well, I say a ton. I think it's like 2 or 2.5. We've been in this big gauntlet of side quests that we got from these strange hacker characters from NetSlum. And we're going to jump into kind of the remainder of them and then what we perceive to be the next story quest. But before we do our proper .hack recap and start the game, let's do a quick reminder of what's going on. There's a couple things that I got to drive home. Number one, we are voting for the next RPG playthrough in Discord right now. You have until the end of Sunday's bonus stream with the lady this week to get your votes in. That RPG is not going to start until August, but we're picking it now because we're definitely close to the end of .hack. This is today, where my finger is. If we don't finish .hack today, which I don't think we will, I think it's going to be too much stuff. If we don't finish .hack today, we will finish it this week. And that means that the week that I return, the second week in August, not pictured here, will be filler arc week, where we're going to play some of the new Star Fox for Switch 2. So it'll be a bit before we start this next RPG playthrough, but we're going to go ahead and select it now. I was kind of toying with the idea of leaving the poll open next week for the charity streams as well. I don't think I want to do that, but I might change my mind at the last minute. We'll see. We'll see. We've had a good amount of participation so far, but not as much as I would like. So make sure that you voted in there. We've got today and tomorrow's big Pokemon stream to plug it. And then for those of you that are here on Sunday, which is usually a pretty small crowd, you will get reminded as well. But other than that, I just gotta hope that people are in the Discord, checking the Discord, finding it. I may do like a last call ping, but I don't usually do that. If you like voting on stuff and you're in the Discord and for some reason you haven't signed up for the role that pings you when there's something to vote on, or you didn't know that there was one, there is one. There's a channel in the Discord called Notify, and the only purpose of that channel is just for you to customize what you get pinged for in my server versus not. We have one for news, which is just anytime I post my weekly update on Monday, and if there was some other like off-cycle important announcement that I needed to make to people, I would use the news role. So if you want like pings when like that type of stuff goes up, you can sign up for that one. There's one for when I go live, if you don't want to rely on Twitch notifications. And then there's one for polls. Those are the main ones. We also have one for like watch parties and stuff, but those are very infrequent. But they're there for when there's a Nintendo Direct, or if we were gonna like play a game in the voice chat or whatever, which has not happened in a long time. But I would like for it to be something that happens more often. There's just usually not people around clamoring for it, so it doesn't get prioritized. Thank you for voting, Dreambound. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Yes, vote in the RPG poll. That's the big one for this week. And then, of course, the donations for National Children's Alliance are open. The things that your donations are going to affect as far as incentives won't be happening until the 16th and the 17th here, but you can go ahead and start donating now to drive this bar forward, because the higher this donation total gets, the higher the difficulty setting of these two games gets, and you want to see that. If you're gonna make a donation, click the link that I've pinned at the top of the chat, because that one will take you to the incentives page, where you can actually see like the character bid wars for both of these games, because we needed to select characters for both of these games, and you can see what the milestones are for getting the difficulty up to the next level. I'll give you a quick little rundown here. We've already raised $25, which is fantastic, and that's actually the very low-hanging first milestone. So that $25 makes sure that instead of playing Smash Melee on very easy, we have to start playing on easy. And if you want Mario Party to go up from easy to normal, that's only $25 more. That's the $50 milestone. At $100, we will hit normal difficulty for Smash Melee, and then after that, it's every $100. So we've got a couple of low-hanging ones here at $25.50 and then $100 that aren't as far apart as the others, and then it gets really, really straightforward after that. Just $100 going back and forth between Mario Party and Melee to push the difficulty higher. If we manage to fill this bar up all the way to 500, that would put Melee and Mario Party 3 on very hard difficulty, the top difficulties that they have. There are 2 stretch goal milestones. If we reach that, I will open them up. There will be one for 600 and there will be one for 750. But if we don't get there, I'm not going to plug them too much. But one will be to finish the Mario Party 3 story playthrough, because we almost assuredly will not finish in one stream, because it takes a very long time to play through story mode, especially if we're on like hard or super hard, because we might have to retry some of them, and that takes a very long time. And then the 750 milestone would be for me to do all of the Smash stuff that I don't finish in the stream, which is likely most of it. The big one would be the event matches. I don't think we're even going to have enough time to even get to event matches on the Melee stream day. So that would be the biggest thing that you would get, is watching me do all 51 events. They're really fun. They're really cool. They're super hard. They force you to use all different kinds of characters, and you get to see all kinds of like special levels and scenarios that you don't get to see otherwise. So it's kind of like you'd basically get 2 bonus streams, one for each of the stretch goal milestones, if that's what you choose to do. But if you click the link at the top of the chat, you'll see some color-coded rectangles on that page, and those are the different donation incentives. And the very first one is polls, and that's the 2 character bid wars for Mario Party 3 and Smash Melee. You're voting with dollars for the character that you would most like to win. So basically, $1 equals 1 vote, and the character that raises the most dollars is the character that we use. That's how it works. So get in there on the Mario Party 3 one, because that one has a cutoff of the beginning of this stream, and it's locked in once we choose. So if you want to donate and you're not sure what to donate for, or you don't really care what it goes towards, put it towards the Mario Party 3 character. Doesn't matter if you're just choosing based on vibes, or if you're like in the lab calculating which companion character is the most strategically viable or the most chaotic. It doesn't matter. Just put it in there. Just put it towards that. Make it interesting. Please. National Children's Alliance is a really cool org, and I'm excited to be fundraising for them. I've put some more info about them in the chat if you would like to learn more. But essentially, NCA's mission is to protect children from abuse and to help them recover if they have suffered from abuse. So it's a very noble and wonderful cause that you should feel good about supporting. In the meantime, on stream, we've got PokeFest tomorrow. This is a special stream that I'm participating in with 7 other gym leader streamers. And if you watch each of us for 1 hour each, you'll earn a special Kanto gym badge next to your name in the Twitch chat, like a real badge next to your name in the Twitch chat, not like a spiritual thing. Like, this will be a real thing that you'll get to see in the chat. I will be hosting the Soul Badge, so if you want this beautiful pink heart next to your username in my chat, watch me for an hour tomorrow. We're going to be continuing the Pokemon Black Nuzlocke that we've been in the middle of for the past several weeks. Tomorrow's going to be a super crucial day. We've got a big decision coming up that a community member is deciding. Gad, I need to ping him actually, because he still hasn't given me his answer, and we've got to decide that tomorrow. But we're going to catch a key Pokemon. He's going to get to name it because he paid for it. And then we're going to start heading through a difficult dungeon and try to get our 6th gym badge. And the 6th gym leader is kind of scary. That's Skyla. She's like number 2 behind Alyssa for being scariest gym leader, I think. Maybe number 3. Maybe Drayden is number 2, the 8th gym leader. But Skyla's no joke. And very excited about that. It's going to be fun. I'm going to try to get all 8 of those badges as well. I already know a lot of these streamers. They're cool people that I watch anyways. But some of them I haven't met before, and I'm excited to meet them and hang out in their chat, see if I can get all these badges. And if I do get them all, I'm going to try to like screenshot it in a very MacGyver kind of way. Just take like Windows screenshots of like my username with the badge next to it in each chat. I don't think there's any way to like... This is the only thing I don't like about this, is that there's not a way for me to look at all of the badges I've collected at once, because they're each assigned to one of the streamers' chats. But it's a very, very cool idea. It's a very, very clever use of the new watch badge thing that they've added. Shout out to VK, who put this whole thing together in an effort to get some communities to cross-pollinate and, you know, uplift some streamers that apparently she thinks are cool. Apparently VK thinks I'm cool enough to be a part of this, so that's flattering. But these are all cool people that you should know of either way. Even if you don't get to watch them during tomorrow's event because you're just so locked into the boys lock you don't want to leave my chat, check them out on a different day because they're all cool people. And then we're finally doing the makeup bonus stream on Sunday. The lady will join me at noon Central to continue our first playthrough of Locomotive. That game is great, and I'm excited. Next week, we have all special streams. So this week, we're playing the normal games just with a reversed schedule. Next week is all special stuff. So no Pokemon stream next week, no dot hack, no filler arc, no RPG, no nothing. We're doing 3 special streams next week. I'm streaming my normal days, my normal times, but all special stuff. So Tuesday, the 14th, is the anniversary of my first ever solo stream. And what did I play on my first ever solo stream? I played a Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. So what are we going to do on Tuesday? We're going to play a Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. I generated 3 seeds. I'm waiting for my good friend Brack to tell me which of the 3 I should play. He's vetting them for me very graciously, looking over the spoiler logs and seeing like where particular items are and deciding, you know, making sure that one isn't like incredibly evil so that I can hopefully finish it in 1 seed, and also making sure that they're not like too easy, you know, making sure that it's not what we like to call a baby seed in the business. So he's figuring that out for me. He's got his Zootin cap on. And we're going to be plugging the charity stuff hard during this stream because we're going to be raising donations, just like I'm going to be plugging it today and tomorrow and Sunday. But the official charity schedule begins on this Thursday, the 16th. This is the first day of 16 Bits, 2+ week long event. I put a link to the schedule in the chat there. Save that link. That is a very, very nice collated list in order, adjusted to your time zone and everything, of all the streamers that are raising money for NCA this month. I'm only doing these first 2 days because the rest of my month is super busy. So I signed up for the first 2 days. But this starts on this day and goes all the way to July 31st at the end of the month. So go and support these other streamers. They're all going to have their own things going on with incentives. All the money goes to the same cause, whether you donate to me or donate to them. So feel good about that. Check them out. It's very, very cool, the stuff that Kiwi and Megan and all of them are putting together. Very, very, very flattered to be invited. So that's what we got going on. The third week of July here is going to be normal schedule for me. We'll finish dot hack this week probably, because I don't think we're going to finish it today. We'll find out if there's going to be post-game content, etc., etc. We'll play Pokemon on this Tuesday. But after that, I will be gone for 2 weeks. This last week of July, I will be completely off Twitch. I mean, I'll probably be in chats talking to people, but I won't be streaming. And the week after this, the first week of August, I also won't be streaming. I'm going to Minneapolis to play 2 shows with my band. One of which I can invite you to if you're in the Minneapolis area. The other one I cannot. It's a private thing for school kids. But the command doesn't work for me because of a text loop. So !Smash Band in the chat if you want more info about the show I'm playing on July 31st. That is us opening for Bit Brigade again, like we did back in October, which was a blast. They're coming back through town on their Minneapolis tour stop. They asked us to open for them again. And they're playing a completely different show than they did back in October. They were on tour with F-Zero and Super Mario World. Now they're on tour with Mega Man X. And we are also playing a completely different set than we played back in October. So even if you were there, it's a completely different show this time around, which I'm excited about too. Excited to hang with them again and get to know them a little bit better. Because when we played that last show with them, that was kind of like our first time interacting face to face. You know, I had seen them before. I've like talked to them at their merch table, but not as like a known quantity. So I'm certainly in a privileged position to have gotten linked up with them the way that I did in order to play the show last October, and I recognize that, and I don't want to squander it. Shout out to Taylor from Bit Brigade. Actually, he came up to VGMCon in April, and I didn't know he was going to be there, so I was stoked to see him. And I think he was like guesting with a band, and I just didn't know it, even though I make the band roster for VGMCon. And so it was really cool getting to just kind of hang with him in some of the downtime that I had during VGM. And hopefully someday the whole Bit Brigade crew can come up. We want to book them for VGMCon sometime. They're just a little out of our price range when it comes to talent booking. So we're just not quite there yet. But someday we'll get them up there. They're interested, we're interested. Okay, that's enough from me. We've talked about everything that I wanted to talk about. I'll bring it up again as we go along. I've inundated you with information and links. How about we play some god-dang video games? I'm going to pause this music. We're going to go over here. And then we're going to hit right and the X button. So, yeah, we're coming to the end of this dot hack adventure. There's just a few question marks about exactly how much is left. We're definitely near the end. It's just hard to tell exactly how close we are. We're headed towards a particular story mission, and I can't tell if that's going to be the final mission or not. I'm leaning towards not, but these games have notoriously like abrupt non-ceremonious endings, and that's largely because the first 3 games are really just 3 parts of a 4-part game. So this being part 4 of 4, I don't know if I should necessarily expect it to be as unceremonious as volumes 1, 2, and 3. Like, it makes sense for them to just kind of like stutter stop on a cliffhanger. Whereas, obviously, we want some finality, some drawn out resolution to the part 4. So I'm hoping for that. I'm not necessarily expecting it, but I'm hoping for it. There's a couple things that we assume are going to happen before this game is over. And I don't think that both of them would happen in the course of one dungeon. So that's the biggest case for that not being the last mission. The other question mark is this going to be a game that has a post-credits, post-game state? Where, like, you beat the game, you save, and then there's, like, more stuff to do. Because all the previous ones have done that. In all the previous volumes, after you beat kind of, like, the final boss, the game literally tells you, okay, it's time to make your game clear save to take into the next volume. And you do that. And then it also spells out for you, you can keep playing and leveling up your character and do whatever you want, and that's going to carry over as well. And usually, after you kind of roll credits on each volume and get that game clear save, a bunch of extra quests pop up. The game within the game kind of like congratulates you for beating the game. It's like, here's a bonus mission from Namco Bandai, and here's these new board posts, and here's some mail from your party members. And you can like go straight to the next volume and just do that stuff in the next volume. Or if you're a little kid in 2002 and the next volume isn't out yet, you know, you've got a little bit more that you can do until it gets there, or you can save it for yourself or whatever, you know. So it's interesting how it's all kind of like, how would you describe that? There's like these dotted lines of like overlapping between the volumes, and like how you want to like cut off the previous volume versus continuing the next one. But being that this is the end of it, I feel like they'll do that again. You know, we'll beat the game, we'll roll the credits, and then it'll be like, here's the Namco Bandai bonus mission, and here's some extra whatevers. I'm assuming they're gonna do that, but I wouldn't stake my life on it. They might not. It might just be over. So we'll just have to wait and see. So those are kind of the two question marks with how much of this game is left. If we don't finish this game the third week of July and we're still going, then we will wait until the second week of August when I come back from stream to finish it. I don't think it's going to take that long, but we just don't know. We just don't know. Let's recap what happened Tuesday. I almost said yesterday because it feels like Friday, because it's my second time playing this game this week. But we played this game on Tuesday, which is very unusual. On Tuesday, we went into Splendid Emerald Nobleman. And then just in a random room with no cutscene, no pomp and circumstance while we're doing this optional dungeon, we ran into the Guardian, which is a very significant enemy slash character slash monster creature, hard to quantify, hard to label, from Dot Hack Sign. Specifically, this is the companion of Tsukasa, the main character of the show, that is this very oddly shaped creature that can, like, player kill other players and is very, very powerful and kind of has a little bit of its own agency. And, you know, sometimes listens to Tsukasa as like a pet, and sometimes does whatever it wants to do. I'm in the middle of rewatching Sign right now. I'm just before halfway through. I think I've seen 11 episodes. What's up, SNES? Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing story recap. So you can mute me until I start playing the game. So that was really significant to run into this character, because anytime we see anything in this game that's from Dot Hack Sign, it's like, oh, like, it's just exciting in like a, you know, Kingdom Hearts kind of way, where you see a character from something that you recognize and they're in a different thing. But this is like so much more closely related that it's obviously significant. You know, we exist in the same universe as these characters, and those events happened before these events. And they're referenced sometimes, but most of the characters from Sign we don't see or hear about, but a lot of them we have, and some of them we've interacted with directly, which happened not too long ago. That was very significant as well. But seeing this enemy, or monster, creature, I should probably call it a creature. Seeing this creature was very significant, and it felt so cool to see it because there was no pomp and circumstance to it. And that makes sense because none of our characters have ever seen this thing before. So naturally, they wouldn't know what it is. They have no reason to know that this is like a monumental thing to encounter. Only we as the player do, which was very, very cool. When we used Data Drain on the Guardian, it became the bracelet, which is like this very significant looking relic item that's inside of the Guardian whenever you see it in the show. And the bracelet, there seems to be like an intentional ambiguity about whether or not the bracelet is the key of the Twilight that's talked about in Dot Hack Sign. It's this like legendary item that is said to have like power over the game and like break the game. And they seem to kind of like intentionally imply that that could be it, but maybe not, and you don't know. But also, at the beginning of Volume 1, Kite obtains a bracelet from Aura, and that's what allows us to use Data Drain. And it's reasonable to assume that Kite's bracelet is very similar to the bracelet that the Guardian has, but we really don't know anything about the bracelet that is inside the Guardian. We finished that dungeon. There was nothing else remarkable about it other than running into the Guardian. We went out, we did some item management, and then we went to Muted Starving Dry Sea, which I theorized might be the grunty race that we've heard about. But it wasn't. It was just another regular old dungeon. And the only thing that was significant about it is that we ran into the Guardian again, and again, and again, and again, and again. We fought like a dozen Guardians at this location. So that was a little strange to me because it's a very singular type character. Like when you watch the show, you assume that there's only one of these things. So I don't know if I should assume that there are multiple of them and we just only saw one of them in the show, or if I'm supposed to like theorize that it multiplied somehow, or if it's just the same Guardian appearing over and over and over and we keep killing it, but it's like indestructible, so it keeps coming back. Because we never fought more than one at once. You know, it could be the same one. Reasonable assumption either way. Both of these two dungeons that we did had a data bug at the bottom, and we got one of the late alphabet virus cores that we need for the Delta server quest that's level 90, that we believe to be the story pylon. So we need like W, X, Y, and Z to go to this mission. And we have all of them now, but we still have a few more quests to do. We found some more springs, got some more information about what a level 5 Monsois spring is capable of, which was cool. We have like, I don't know, 4 or 5 outstanding ones now that we could just use if we want to. Then we went to Dreaming Moonlit Gravestone, and that was where we got the last of the virus cores needed for the Delta server field, the Herald Sanctuary. But otherwise it was unremarkable. No cutscenes, no special dialogue, no character development whatsoever. So we could go directly to Reincarnated Purgatorial Altar right now. We have the cores that we need to get in. That's the Herald Sanctuary area, but it's level 90 and we're not quite level 90 yet. And we have 2 more missions. We need to go to Rotting Countless Sacrifice, which is probably some unremarkable dungeon with a data bug. Maybe we'll see more Guardians, which give us a lot of experience, and we can hit level 90. And then after that, one that I'm really looking forward to and have high hopes for is Obedient Someone's Knights, and we believe that there will be information related to the Crimson Knights and Subaru here, which is more Dot Hack Sign lore. We learned actually from running into Bear, another Dot Hack Sign character, just with his random NPC dialogue, we got some very, very important world lore that I didn't know that connected some things from Sign to this game that makes so much sense. And that was that in the early days of the world, the game within the game, players could kill other players, and it wasn't like a glitch or hacking or anything like that. Like, you were just allowed to attack other players, and it was something that you had to watch out for. And there was this team of basically moderator players, but they were kind of like self-appointed in-game police. They weren't like official, that called themselves the Crimson Knights, and they basically existed to like protect players from like troll characters like Sora, who were just going around player killing unnecessarily, and they were led by this girl character Subaru, who was like a high-level player and people kind of like looked up to, and she was kind of like a symbol of like law in the game. And they don't exist in this game. The Crimson Knights don't exist in this game. Nobody talks about them. As far as we know, Subaru's not around. And so there's kind of a disconnect there between the show and the game. And Bear basically said that they patched out player killing. He's like, you can't PK anymore. So the Crimson Knights didn't have a reason to exist. And so we kind of learn, oh, okay, that's why they're not there anymore. And I think there's a lot more lore about Subaru and Subaru's player that's either in other media that I haven't seen yet, or just that I'll get from the second half of my .hack sign rewatch, that would indicate that she just doesn't play the game anymore. She's not like disappeared or missing or anything. But maybe I'm wrong about that. And hopefully we'll get some information about it in that side quest. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do 2 side quests and then head towards the Delta server story quest, what we perceive to be the story quest, if nothing else pops up. And if that ends up being the last mission, you know, I guess we'll see what happens after that. But I don't think it's quite, I don't think it's going to be, because we still have, there's 8 cursed waves that have been like the story bosses. And there's also Kubia, who we've fought like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. I've lost count. We still have, we fought wave 7, but we know there's a wave 8. Wave 8 could be like Kubia again, but I feel like it won't be. I feel like wave 8 will be something separate than Kubia. We haven't had a powwow with like Helba and Wiseman and Balmung in a while, and I feel like that's gotta happen again. And the fact that this story quest, the one that we perceive to be the story quest, isn't associated with one of those like, all right, hoorah, everyone kind of cutscenes, makes me feel like it's not the last one. So I think there's still a bit more to go. But we're gonna summon our kind of all-timer party here. Black Rose and Mistral have been serving us very well.
Okay.
We've got our amazing Wave Master that has great healing and attack magic. And then we have our, you know, fellow melee friend character, Black Rose. Do I have any items that need managing? I think we're good to go. I think we did this before we signed off. Yeah. So we're all good there. I guess I'll check my consumables really quick. We accidentally rolled out with a really low number of consumables. We have finally graduated from the recovery drink to the healing elixir. That's exciting. And I think we're ready to go here. So, let's go to Rotting Countless Sacrifice. I'm assuming this is just going to be a good old-fashioned dungeon. This is the last one from the, like, Net Slum group. Look at all those cores, man. This one's interesting, though, because you can see in the bottom right, we have the W, X, Y, Z, and those are the 4 that we need to get into the big boy quest. So, essentially, those other quests were required. We had to go there to get those cores because we wouldn't be able to go to this big boy quest if we didn't, because the bosses all give us this like 1 of 1 virus core letter. The virus core letters in the right column, the second half of the alphabet, have all been like story related key items that we don't farm, and I don't believe have ever gotten multiples of. So presumably these are the last ones, which is interesting. Oh, we've got a spring here. This will be another one to add to the list. We've got a special song, too. Oh, the controller's trying to drift. There we go.
I don't believe you.
Smashy, hello. How's it going, dude?
This is... You don't understand.
Oh, Mark. Mark is sad that, that Endless Dreams isn't on the prize wheel anymore. That's his reaction. Thank you for Heya. Alright, what do we got on the map here? Now, because we are level 88, and because the enemies here are at level 85, we're not going to get good experience from them, which means we're not going to bother clearing out the field. We only clear out the field when we get good experience for doing so. So we're just going to make a beeline for the dungeon itself. And then I'll have to make a note that the spring is here. And we can come back. We can come back after we finish the dungeon to check the level of the spring. What an inviting entrance. We can come back after we finish this one just to check what level the spring is. The problem with doing that is we have to save scum just to figure out what level it is. Like we could assume that it's level 5, but it would be nice to know if it's Monsieur or Grandpa. Because they do have a different power level. Look at that beautiful damage that Mistral is doing. Wow. You know, with all the suffering that we've been through, with like mobs that are too large and enemies that have really, really annoying and tedious skills or buffs or whatever, it would be really nice to just be like cozily overpowered for a little while. I would not mind a couple of just pushover dungeons. Would not mind at all. Would not cheapen my experience one bit. Usually the only time we get to steamroll enemies is if we go to like a lower area to like farm virus cores. And even then it's not like as easy as you would like because you're trying to not just immediately kill the enemy, you're trying to lower them to a specific threshold of health, which is sometimes difficult. We're getting more experience from these enemies than I thought we would. 40 is not that bad for being 3 levels up. This is an interesting layout. I don't need any more of those. Oh look, it's the Guardian. I like, in my head canon, this is the same Guardian every single time. Also, we found out that if you don't data drain this thing, it gives you way less experience, which is really bizarre. That's the exact opposite of how it usually works. It also gets stronger, which is also uncommon. Usually when you data drain an enemy, it becomes a laughably weak little guy that you can just kill in one hit, and you get 1 experience point. But not the bracelet. I gotta remember to use the high level data drain, the rare drop data drain next time. Nima, please stop whining. I know that your dinner time is in 10 minutes and that you're very impatient and excited about it. But I would really appreciate it if you just didn't whine for the next 10 minutes. I won't forget, Poochie. I've never forgotten. You always get your dinner. Mission Impossible. Nima's also just having a bit of an anxiety day today, so it's making her very impatient. She's usually a very, very patient Poochie. Oh, okay, I was like, wait, is that door not on the map? Got a little turned around. There's going to be some stormy weather this weekend. There's not supposed to be any today, but if there's anything within, like, 50 miles, she can sense it. So even if it, like, doesn't look like a storm or feel like a storm, to us lowly humans, she'll be like, no, there's something out there. You guys don't know it, but the wind is blowing, like, 2 towns over, and I don't like it. There's a cloud out there somewhere. Yeah, I think it's the barometric pressure too, because I'm pretty sure that she has tinnitus in her ears. And so I think when the pressure changes, it hurts her ears more so because of the tinnitus than it would just in general for any dog that has sensitive ears. And of course, there's not really a way for her to like know what's happening. So without being able to like understand it, it makes it a little extra scary, I'm sure. And I'm dead. This is a pretty crappy mob. The maiden just running around wreaking havoc while we're trying to deal with the snakes. They're both really, really annoying enemies to ignore. So it makes them a lethal combination. Like if you ignore the maiden, it's just going to run around and do status and damage. And if you ignore the snake, it's just going to multi-hit you over and over and over and kill you repeatedly. Because they hit like 8 times at once. Yeah, tinnitus is very scary because there's just no reversing it. Like anything that's forever and like irreversible is very, very terrifying. Because it's pretty hard to manage a constant symptom. You know, you either have to just like figure out a way to ignore it or distract from it, cover it up somehow. Like you can't make it go away. Which is very, like, kind of an impossible pill to swallow. Like, we are, like, as humans, kind of programmed to assume that anything can be fixed. And that's why we're so devastated by, like, terminal illnesses or ongoing conditions. Because we just, like, have a really hard time believing that we can't fix it. We think we can fix anything. Yours is stress-based. Interesting. So it's like more pronounced if you're in a high-stress situation. I've never heard of that before. I mean, I'm a musician and most of my friends are musicians. So we all know about tinnitus from like a musician's perspective. You know, you get it from like playing too many or going to too many loud shows without hearing protection. And it's like, oh yeah, I've got a high G all the time. That was one fortunate thing about going to music school, was that they kind of like right away preached hearing protection. And this company came to our school to sell us all musicians' earplugs and like convince us why we definitely should have them, which I'm very thankful for. Which obviously, you know, that's a way for the school and that company to like make money, and you could choose to interpret that as like predatory if you wanted to. But for what we paid for those, there's no, like, I wouldn't trade that for anything. Like, yeah, I was a broke college student and I didn't really have like, I don't know, $350 at that time, but probably some of the best $350 that I ever spent.
Bloody egg.
I love having ear molds. Those lasted me like 12 years. So, absolutely a worthy investment. I did finally have to get a new pair a couple years ago because, you know, your ears grow. If you don't know, your ears and your nose grow your entire life. They never stop growing. So your ear holes will just slowly get a little bit bigger as you get older. So my earplugs like wouldn't stay in anymore. The reason why they're so expensive, Smashy, is because they're molded to your ear canal, and everybody's ear canal is a different shape. It's like a fingerprint. So they have to like squirt silicone into your ear and make a mold of your ear canal, and then, you know, cast two symmetrical or maybe not symmetrical plugs with that exact shape that you can wear. And then most places you get to pick the color of the silicone if you want to, and then the thing that goes into the earplug is called a diaphragm. It looks like a tiny little speaker, and you can choose how much volume reduction you want. So depending on what type of performer you are, or like what kind of environments you're in, you can customize your ear molds. So like if you're in like a metal band, you're gonna want like the most volume reduction and maybe a little bit of like low cut, and they'll have like a diaphragm for that. It's like, okay, this is the minus 24 dB diaphragm that cuts below 60 hertz, you know, and then you put that in. And they can be modular too. You could get multiple diaphragms and swap them out and use the same mold. I just have like a generic, I think mine are like minus 10 or something like that. But the reason why it's so much better than a standard earplug, like disposable earplug, is because the idea with the ear mold, the custom molded earplugs, is that you're not muffling the sound. You're just making it quieter. So like a standard like foam earplug, or even like the nice like disposable musicians earplugs, can't really do that in the same way that a custom one can. Like, it will reduce the volume, but it will also reduce the clarity. And if you're like performing on stage, and let's say, you know, you need to hear the bass player coming out of your floor wedge in front of you because you're the guitar player, and you need to listen to the bass player or the other guitar player or the singer to get your cues or whatever. And if you have like a foam earplug in, it's going to protect your hearing from the loud speaker that's on the floor in front of you, but it's going to be super muddy and muffled to try to pick out the individual elements. But the custom hearing protection type you won't have that problem. You'll still be able to hear like the high end and like fundamental and like the sibilance of the singer's lyrics and everything like that, like you would if you didn't have earplugs on. It'll just be quieter, and it's really nice. And after using them for so long, I could never go back. Like if I've ever been in a situation where I forget them, or I don't realize I'm going to be in a loud environment and I don't bring them, and I have to wear like foamies or something, it's like such a bummer. Like it's such a bummer to listen to a show through foam earplugs when you know what it could sound like through the ear molds. And also like the foam ones, like they don't noise cancel as well. I mean, obviously this depends largely on like your ear canal shape, because everybody's is different. My ear canals are weird because they go straight up. They go in and then straight up, which is very weird, or uncommon, I should say. And when I put the foam ones in, they like kind of drift after a while, you know? There's like oil in your ear and all that sort of thing. And eventually, you know, you gotta like push them back in to get like a good seal. And just the noise cancellation is not perfect. Like sometimes it'll just drift, and then all of a sudden some really loud sound is coming in and you gotta like grab it. But when you have this custom fitted like silicone thing, the noise cancellation is like really, really solid. And it's really nice. I would recommend it to anybody that goes to concerts regularly. Because I totally get that like people who enjoy music don't want to wear earplugs because they can't hear the definition of the music, and it like impedes their ability to enjoy the show. And they're like, yeah, I know I'm damaging my hearing and I need to protect my hearing, but like if I put the earplugs in, I can't hear the music the way that I want to hear the music. You should have custom earplugs, because then you get the best of both worlds. That attack will never not be spooky. Plus, it's fun to get the mold made. I think some people freak out. When they did it initially, they were like, okay, you might freak out. And I was like, okay, I'm ready to freak out. But I liked it. I think the reason why they say people freak out is because maybe you feel like you have the sensation that you've lost your hearing temporarily. Because they take this little gun that shoots this very cold yogurt, this blue yogurt, into your ear. That's, you know, silicone, some kind of like silicone. And then they like get it all in there, and then you just have to kind of sit there and wait for it to like cure, to like harden, and make sure that the mold is made. It doesn't like harden, but it like becomes solid silicone instead of liquid silicone. And I think some people maybe just get a little bit of anxiety because it's just silent, and you like instinctively probably want to pull it out because you want to hear, but you can't. But you can hear through it, so I don't know. It didn't bother me at all. I found it very, I find it very cozy, actually. I looked forward to it when I went to go get my replacement pair. She gave me the whole spiel, like the warning, like, okay, I'm gonna do the thing now, like, you know, you might get uncomfortable with the lack of sound, you might freak out, and I was like, no, I've been looking forward to this for like 4 years. And she was laughing at me. Okay, we need another speed charm. Set up your audio for stream so that you do not have to wear headphones all the time. Yeah, man. That was like such a huge priority for me from the very beginning. I did not want to wear headphones. Because like, I need to wear glasses for the blue light, and headphones plus glasses is really uncomfortable. That's a huge problem to try and solve. And then just like the sweatiness of the ear cup is just a lot. And yeah, wearing headphones all the time sucks. And yeah, I didn't want feedback either, but I get a little bit of my speakers that bleed into the microphone, but you know, cardioid pattern, low volume, whatever. Oh, hey, Eris, how are you? No, these are prescription. Did I say they weren't? I wear contacts a lot. Maybe that's what misled you. Like I put these on specifically for streaming because they have a blue light filter that my contact lenses don't have. So if I'm looking at a screen, I have like some blue blockers that I can just wear with my contacts in that are just plastic. But for streaming, I just do these because the blue blockers are goofy and don't look good. No, I have horrendous vision. We're in the ad. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, these are these are for real glasses. These are not fashion frames. I did used to have a pair of fashion frames actually, where I would just wear the I would wear contacts and then wear the frame over it. For kind of like the same reason, like to get the blue blocking that I didn't get from the contacts. But I haven't done that in a while. I don't know what happened to that pair of glasses either. I got rid of them at some point, I guess. I think the blue light filter is a necessity, personally. Some people say it doesn't do anything. Some people say it's a myth. I can't back it up with any, science, but I can definitely back it up with anecdotal evidence. Like, if I go out to my computer and I don't put the little plastic blue blocker things on, my eyes will start straining after, minutes. I've become super reliant on them. So unless there's some kind of, psychosomatic effect that I've created, yeah, my PC monitors have a blue light filter built into them. They're already on kind of a yellow type screen, and they have light sensors on them and whatever to adjust the brightness or whatever. But it's not enough. And when I first started streaming, I would just wear my contacts. And I realized right away, there's no way. All the light that I'm getting blasted with. Yes, it's Thursday, folks. Thank you for that. It Thurs. You know what I mean? Thank you for that, Eris. You don't wear glasses, so you need to buy some. Yeah, I mean, you can literally buy a cheap pair of plastic frames that just filter out blue light. You don't need to get some fancy gamer brand or anything like that. I have a $10 pair of all plastic blue light filter glasses that I've had for 10 years that I put on when I just keep them by my computer. So I wear my contacts most days, and when I'm at my computer I put them on, and when I walk away from my computer I take them off. And I think they were literally $10. And they do the trick. For me. And because there's no metal or glass, they're very lightweight and inconspicuous. They don't bother me to have them on my face. You don't understand the meme? I think you do, Eris, and you just don't realize it. What you see is what you get. there was just a funny video, that video of the little pink guy walking around nowhere in particular, and it already had the text on it that just said, "Win it Thursday." Thank you for another Thurs. That video is like sped up. It was a lot slower. The guy walking around was a lot slower. But I needed to make it shorter for the alert. But otherwise, the video clip is completely unaltered from how we originally saw it. And I just found it one day in like a Discord. Somebody posted it. And I just thought it was super funny. And then lifelong friend and community member Brack said, "When I see this, it makes me think of this song." And he posted that song from Earthbound. That's that like battle with an unsettling opponent, or whichever one it is. And then this was like 3 years ago in my Discord. And I was like, man, I need to start streaming on Thursdays so I can have this as an alert. Because for the longest time, I just streamed on Tuesday and Friday. And then, you know, completely forgot about it. And then somehow remembered. Like, oh wait, I stream on Thursdays now. And I figured out a way to make that alert only work on Thursday without having to like turn it off and on manually. So if you redeem it on any other day that I stream, it just gives you like an error message. It gives you a little pat on the head. It's like, hello, LOL, it's not Thursday, dummy. But on Thursday you get the full Monty. But that's literally it. It's not like a reference to anything. I have no idea what that's from. It just exists. Also, hi CKX. It is Thursday, my dudes. Okay, we're on B5. This should be the bottom floor. We've never had a dungeon more than 5 floors. Buffs are still good. The Hanged Man. Virus Core. Now you feel like you still don't get it? You love this game's vibes? Me too. This is just impeccable. Like, everything about it. Just the cozy PS2 dungeon crawler. The HUD, the UI, the map. Oh, the map. My kingdom for a game that has maps like this. Just like, give me a little arrow on a grid to control, and I'm in heaven. These games and the Dark Cloud games are just like my love language when it comes to games. And like most PS2 era games in general, I guess. The less you get it, the more you get it. Exactly, Smashy, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing, at least as far as I'm aware, there's nothing to get. The person who made that probably meant something by it, like maybe they just felt really confused and directionless on Thursdays. I don't know. But I just love the fact that it's like, when it Thurs, aw yeah, Thurs. It's just so good, I love it. It's very like, white guys will see this and say, hell yeah, kind of energy. But like for a different type of person. Hell yeah, exactly. Fire hands. Alright, it looks like we might have a boss. I see a Got statue on the map. We're expecting there to be a data bug here, so... probably a data bug in that empty room with no portal. And we just have to pray that we don't get warped out. That's the worst. It's only happened to us a couple of times. And I think it's just some kind of programming oversight. Like, it's very convenient to finish a dungeon and then get warped out so you don't have to manually navigate out. But sometimes the event that finishes the dungeon is like a couple of rooms before you've finished clearing it out. And so it'll like warp you out, but you haven't gotten like the big treasure yet, or there's like a couple more rooms left to clear out an enemy portal or two, and you want to get the like all portals cleared thing, because the game tracks that for rewards if you want to try to like get everything. And so you'd have to like come back to the dungeon and go through every single room again just to get down there to the bottom. Because you can't just like make a beeline for the bottom of a dungeon. You've got to fight all the fights again. And you'll only be able to skip like some of the rooms. We've had to do that at least twice. Between Volume 3 and Volume 4. And it would happen more often if you didn't like catch on to kind of how the game sets it up. Like, sometimes if you walk into the last couple of rooms in the right order, then you're fine. But if you happened to do it in the wrong order, and you walk into, like, the cutscene one first, before you get the treasure, then you might be SOL. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a boss right here. This is the boss warning, miasma or something. No cutscene. Just a data bug. So we shouldn't get warped out of here. This is also one of the easier enemies. So this should be pretty unremarkable. We've got to do a certain amount of damage to him before we can data drain. So I'm going to focus on healing so that Mistral can do attacks. Because she does way more damage than we do. And the damage that we're doing right now is being tracked somewhere. You just don't really get to see it. There it is. Alright, now we can data drain. We'll hit him with the rare drop. Oh, nice. We got another Virus Core Z. Interesting. Maybe we do need 2 of those. I don't know. Maybe these are all required. Somebody's got thunder magic, and so they're just eviscerating this guy. And he's gone. Alright, and we've got a Got statue on this side. Just in case that's going to warp me out, we'll do this room first. We've gone to the trouble of getting every portal in here, so we might as well. I don't even remember if I need any more of those to get the Book of 1000 reward. We may have already maxed that out. It can be very dangerous to do this if you're at like a resource deficit. But yeah, that all dungeon portals open. That's like a thing. It tracks how many times you've done that in the game. There's this thing. There's a key item in the game called Book of 1000 that's just like optional achievement type stuff that you can do, and it will track how many times you've done various things, like trade with a character, or buy items, or clear out all the enemies in a field or in a dungeon, that sort of thing. And every like certain so often of like instances of each of those things, you'll get like a reward. And they're almost always background wallpapers, desktop music, or like a cutscene that you can rewatch from the main menu. So it's not like, you know, good weapons or anything like that. I don't know if we've ever gotten like in-game items from doing it. It's just a fun thing you can do for completion. But at a certain point, the Book of 1000 will tell you, hey, this one particular thing that you're checking how much we've done, or you're checking how much we've tracked that you've done, you've done this enough times to where there's no rewards left. It'll tell you, like, hey, you've got the max amount of reward from this particular category, which is very nice. And so we may have done that one already. We haven't checked Book of 1000 in a while. Maybe before we go to the Delta server dungeon, I'll like make a note of which ones aren't maxed out. Just so that we're aware. I don't think I'm going to get warped out after this Scott statue, but... Spear Core Mark III. Crystal Stone. And another Golem parts. Those are brand new items. Is that a spear? It is a spear. An 80 rare. Wow, 3 level 3 skills, all water. 31 attack, very good for a spear, and then 10 magical attack is very generous. That's nice. And then these are just trade items. I don't think we've seen Crystal Stone before, though. That's new. All right, and now we can leave. So that is... Rotting Countless Sacrifice done. We need to gate out, and then we need to check this spring after we save. Doing a little bit of paging back and forth in the notes today. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. So first we'll do our item management that we do after every mission. That we're keeping. We can add that in. I guess I need to check these. What level gloves am I wearing right now? 63, 04, 03, 1529. Okay, so a little bit of give and take either way. I think the Inferno gloves are worth it for me. I lose 1 magic attack and 1 magic defense, 2 magic accuracy. Well, no, it's not worth it, because we only gain 1 physical defense. And that's not worth it either. But let me see what my other 2 characters have. But we can definitely do better than this for Mistral. So 03012 compared to... Okay, so we gotta give her this. We gotta give her one of these. She's running away. This is a lot better than what she's got on. And then what is Black Rose wearing on her hands? 140026311. None of these are empirically better than what she's wearing, which is fascinating because of how big of a level difference there is. Do I have anything else in storage that's better than that? I feel like I've cleared out pretty much everything. It's not a weapon, rare weapon. Let's see here. Aqua hands. Yeah, because this has 4 more physical attack than what she's wearing, but 4 less magical defense. Sorry, physical defense, magical defense. So that's not a great trade. Let me make sure I have that right. Yeah, 4 and 6 are the important numbers there, really. And we're not really beating that. Alright, yeah, we'll get rid of these then. Yeah, because her hand armor is like level 40-something. So I'm surprised that we can't beat that. But there's a lot of like subcategories of armor, so it's a little murky. It's a little bit of a racket. Did I put those treasures away? No. Put those in. Any level 2 scrolls in here? Oh, we picked up those summon scrolls. We can sell those as well. Those are big money. What am I going to do when we hit max money? We've been earning so much money just from item management that our wealth is just climbing and climbing. Okay, we're going to drop a save here. This will be slot 3. And we'll call this post-dungeon spring check. Okay, so we're going to go back to that field that we were just in. I need to be carrying a weapon so that I can throw something in. What should we bring along? Or I guess we could try equipment rather than a weapon. Would this be the one to try? Maybe we could try a heavy blade. I mean, we can't beat this. Is this better than what Black Rose has right now? Why have we not given her this? 3610, 710? Oh yeah, we should totally give her this. She loses 1 magic attack, gains 1 physical attack, and then fixes her physical accuracy. Unless she's compensating for that physical accuracy somewhere and we don't need to. Let's see. She's at 97. She already has skill drain. From this sword. Does that other one have skill drain? Oh, it has critical. Ooh. I think I'd rather have critical than skill drain at this juncture. Yeah, we'll give that to Black Rose. What do I want to throw in the well? I guess I shouldn't be taking out that sword right now because I'm going to reset. We know we're going to reset. I'm only carrying 1 wand, and it is a rare. So, presumably... It seems like the springs just can't upgrade the rare stuff. To the best of my ability. That seems to be the case. I'm not going to look it up. Yeah, let's just try throwing in the Diablo blades here. Let's see what happens. Obviously, if we get some, like, impeccable roll here, you know, maybe we'll consider just allowing the spring to have been used up. Okay, so we're going right back to this field that we were just in. Because there's a spring there. And you can't check what level the spring is unless you just use it. So we'll see what happens, but mostly I just want to find out what level it is and just add it to a list of springs that I can save for later. We already know that the level 5 ones can't upgrade a level 90.
Did you lose?
Okay, so it's a level 5 Monsoi.
Just with the weapon of
Oh, he can't upgrade a level 62 dagger? Wait, that is incongruent with the other level 5 Monsoi that we have encountered. So we just get our thing back. Space, welcome in. How are you, dude? It is Thursday. All right, we're going to reset. Let the PS2 sound wash over you. So that was Rotting Countless Sacrifice. Rotting Countless Sacrifice. Has a level 5 Monsieur and was a standard data bug dungeon that yielded a second virus core Z. So that was the only duplicate that we got. This is a very bizarre intro too. Explain my ass. That's an awesome soundbite. There's wave 6. There's elk. Helba. Shout out Helba. We haven't seen Helba very much at all in Volume 4, by the way. You're catching your breath from chasing your 7-year-old. Oh, man, Space. What a powerfully palpable moment. All right, we're at level 89. Getting up there. Now we get to find out, hopefully, something about Subaru and the Crimson Knights. I'm very excited about this one. All right. We need to party up. Oh no, Space. Oh no. A rebellious act that punished you with cardio. Dang, that is, yeah, chasing a 7-year-old is one thing. Chasing a 7-year-old on a bike is a whole other. You got your cardio quota for the week. He's definitely the toughest one. Oh, man. Is that your oldest as well? I feel like it is. So we're going to give this the Sun Fang to Black Rose. So we'll take one last look at this cool sword she's been rocking for a while. It has like a green cursor trail like ours has a red. Which is like so 2000s. Oh, he's the middle child. Okay, well, I guess that's supposed to track, apparently.
Wow, how nice of you. I'm keeping this one.
You better. Yo, look at that thing. It's huge. Better hefting it around. That's a very cool kind of tuning fork. It's like a double... It's like two single-edged swords made into one giant double-edged sword. Oh, it doesn't have a colorful trail. Alright, let's commit that change to save. Apparently. And let's go see what we can learn about Subaru and the Crimson Knights. I'm very excited about this. I'm probably getting too excited about this, and I'm worried that it's just going to be nothing. A player is calling for Subaru. Will she appear? I feel like probably not, but God, it would be cool if so. I would love to meet Subaru. Oh, I can only imagine space, man. That sounds so hard. I have no wisdom or advice that would be worthy of your situation. I can only wish you the best. So nothing happening upon arrival here. And this is a level 80 field, so we're going to get very low EXP yield. No plans to fight any of these enemies in the field. We're going to go straight to the dungeon. Now, why would another player be trying to call Subaru? Maybe we can assume that the other player that's trying to call her is another key character from Dot Hack Sign. Because Subaru was good friends with most of the cast. She interacts with pretty much all of the major cast members of Dot Hack Sign, so... You know, maybe we'll get to see Krim. I doubt we're going to see Tsukasa, but that would be incredible, obviously. We've already seen Bear, Mimiru, and Sora. We haven't seen BT. Oh, this is a cool dungeon. I like this look. Okay, we need a speed charm. Oh no, not the pumpkin head. Boy, what an encounter this is here. We got a Lich Lord who is immune to magic that loves to run around. And then we have the Pumpkinhead guy who's the opposite and can only be hurt by magic. And they're both very powerful. Yeah, MMOs were a very, very new phenomenon when this came out. So it really is a testament to how forward-thinking this game was. I think that's kind of lost on a lot of people playing it. Like, the nostalgia of this particular era, like early internet, and just like the vibes and like the like galaxy brain level of creativity to make this like interconnected multimedia thing. I think people do a good job of like not necessarily grasping it because they might not fully understand it, but like I feel like people do a good job of like recognizing how cool all of that is. But I feel like a lot of people maybe don't catch on to the like micro predictions that this game made. Like MMOs existed, but they hadn't really like taken over in the way that they did like 3 or 4 years after this game, you know? World of Warcraft wasn't a thing yet. And it hadn't, and even though it wasn't, even if it had been a thing, it was like not quite before it really like peaked and became like a mainstream thing that people had heard of that weren't gamers. And like the way that this game kind of like sort of predicts online shopping as like a norm is pretty fascinating, because that absolutely was not a thing at this time. That was like an incredibly new phenomenon, and most people didn't do it because they thought it was like unreliable or sketchy, or there were too many downsides. It was not the foregone conclusion that it is now. And there's a lot of little things like that in this game. That it just did before anyone else, and maybe also no others since, for that matter, on some of those things. It really does the game within a game thing better than anything I've ever experienced. I mean, I can't think of another game where the whole game is a game within a game. I can think of maybe one arguable example, but I can't say what game it is because it's a spoiler. And that's really the only one I can think of. I'm just gonna let her use skills because it will at least freeze him in place, even though it doesn't do damage. But yeah, I just have so much respect for the creative vision of this game. It's just so cool. Everything about it is just so high effort, so high art, but like without being too far up its own butt, in my opinion. Some might think that. There's a DS horror game that's a game within a game. Interesting. The 4 volumes of this released between, like, I think, like, late 2001 and early 2003. And the events of the game are supposed to take place in, like, 2007. Like a near future kind of thing. But yeah, it was really fascinating to read the article about, like, online shopping. Because you read it and you're like, oh yeah, of course, I know about online shopping. And then you're like, wait, 2003? Whoa. It's like that video of David Bowie talking about people sharing music on the internet, like 10 years before it was a thing, and the interviewer like laughing at him. Y'all ever seen that? That's one of the most fascinatingly accurate predictions I've ever seen. It's a video of David Bowie explaining this idea of like musicians being able to like effortlessly, instantly share music with other musicians, and people who like enjoy music and listen to music also being able to like endlessly and effortlessly listen to music and like share it between each other from across the world, rather, you know, like without the need for physical media. And this was in like, I think it was in like 1990 or something. I'd have to check the year on it. That's just a random guess. And the interviewer is like trying not to laugh at him, but he's just literally describing like the Napster movement that happened in like, you know, 2001 or 2002 or whatever, and the early internet, and then like where we are and like what it led to now. But he's describing it like 20 years before it happened, before it came to pass, in just like exact detail. What a goat. Yeah, I mean, that's how online shopping started, T. Also, hi, T. With just like, you know, things like books and like very, like, not clothes, because it was still too like, oh, I gotta try it on. I'm not gonna buy clothes on the internet. And then not like furniture, because we didn't have the infrastructure of like delivering giant things from online shopping yet. But like any other like small, non-perishable, like item, you know, not food, obviously. We weren't buying food online right away. But you might buy like a book, or you know, a video, like a DVD or a VHS. You know, things like that were like probably some of the first things to be purchased online, or those types of things. Because there is like already shipping infrastructure for those. Yeah, for Japan, this is around the same time as FF11. This predates FF11 in the US, which is wild as well. So yeah, like what even was the MMO market in the US when this came out? I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, like playing this as a kid and not really understanding what an MMO was or how it worked, and just having like a hyper imaginative kid brain. Like, it was easy for me to believe that I was playing this game online with other people, and like go and talk to the NPCs in the towns and the way that they talked, and just like maybe assume like, oh yeah, these are just other people playing this game, because I couldn't like present the logical argument against myself of knowing that I needed like a modem and to be connected to the internet physically and that sort of thing. Like, I didn't understand that kind of stuff, so I couldn't like tell myself I was wrong. These guys are so strong. Phantasy Star Online? Yeah, how many people were playing that? It was such a niche concept at this time. There were a lot of Western MMOs at the time? Oh, like, in the style of, like, D&D? Maybe that's what you mean by Western. Like, not just in the West, but in the Western style. But yeah, this game is very Japanese, for sure. It cannot hide its Japaneseness. Even though I don't think it's trying to. This feels like a unique field or dungeon, like the style of this with the like palatial tile and stuff. But it might not be. If we've seen it before, I don't remember it. It's been a long time. Oh yeah, EverQuest. EverQuest was the big one. That's true. That's the one people would have known at the time. I guess Star Wars people might know the Star Wars one, but I would say the other two are definitely significantly less recognizable in the zeitgeist. But I do remember EverQuest. I remember a lot of people like adults that aren't gamers. Like, if my dad would like tell his other adult friend that I was into video games, or that I was into like medieval fantasy, or both, they would know about EverQuest and be like, oh, have you played EverQuest? And I just knew that as like the game that people would bring up. I didn't know anything about it or what it was or how I could possibly play it. I would just be like, no, I've never played that game. I play Mario and Banjo-Kazooie. Or when I was a little bit older, you know, I'd say I play Final Fantasy. And they'd be like, oh, I know Final Fantasy. Yeah, EverQuest was definitely the big one before WoW. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about EverQuest. That would have been like the one, probably like the one example that a US person playing this would have to compare it against. PSO was really big, relatively speaking. So this game's probably riffing on it. Interesting. Yeah, that would be wild to see. To make the comparison. Having seen only this. Ah, Ultima Online. Forgot that Ultima tried a MMO thing. PSO still going on custom servers. That's so cool. What's up, Herb? How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome in. You've got the GameCube broadband modem and the keyboard controller. That's awesome. I feel pretty confident that I actually rented Phantasy Star Online for GameCube from GameFly, having no idea that I was supposed to have like special peripherals to play it. But I was like getting into RPGs and I had like heard the name Phantasy Star enough to know that it was like an RPG franchise. I don't remember anything about my experience with it, but I'm pretty sure that happened. Sometime around 2004 or 5. Oh, and they have crossplay. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I know. I think some people do the same thing with FF11. Even though you can still officially play FF11 too. And like Dragon Quest X. Obviously those aren't nearly as old, but the custom fan-created servers to keep online games from being lost media is really cool. It's playable single player? Okay, yeah, maybe that's what I messed around with then. Oh, now Black Rose's sword has a cursor trail. When she's attacking. It's green like her last one. There's a lot of chests in here, holy crap. We like treasure. Okay, let's get this guy first. Okay, and switch to magic. Yeah, that's a weird one with FF11, how there's like fan servers, but you can still play the game officially. And there's just both coexisting. Maybe not coexisting in the sense cooperatively, but they both exist at the same time. There's also fan servers for like all the old Mario Kart games, which is really cool. There's like a massive Mario Kart DS community, Mario Kart Wii community. I definitely played my fair share of both of those online, as well as Mario Kart 7. Mario Kart DS online, though, was rigged. It was super rigged. There were a bunch of Japanese exclusive glitches. And so if you got matched up with a really good Japanese player, you were just competing for second place. Because they had finished the course like a minute and a half before you. And then like your rating would get docked and you wouldn't get matched up with as good of players. I remember getting really frustrated. Look at this nasty green water. Yeah, fan servers for WoW. Yep. That's how every online game should be. I mean, it's always going to be up to the fan community, though. Like, a developer is never going to keep their servers alive for 3 decades. Like, they're either going to move on to something else, or they're going to run out of money. Because they haven't made something else. I guess maybe we could hope, but I feel like every company wishes that they could create an ongoing game that lasts for that long. And they've failed to do it countless times. Jesus, that hits hard. Okay, let's use up these. And they shall perish for their transgressions. Like Sony's gonna. Unfortunately, I think Sony's gonna be just fine. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Like, I don't... Obviously, I would love for them to reverse course. But I can't bring myself to, like, wish ill upon them for ending physical media, though. Like, it was bound to happen. And it makes sense, as much as I don't agree with it. But I think they're gonna be just fine. There might be a huge changing of the guard where a lot of us like leave the industry as consumers in a big way, but I don't think it's gonna kill Sony when we do that. Like, technically I haven't been a Sony consumer for like 15 years, so like even though that's like something that I profoundly care about and think is like an unfortunate decision, I've technically already pulled out of the race. I don't even have a PS5, and I own like a dozen PS4 games. You know what I mean? And I feel like there's like out of the people that are like-minded, that also think it sucks that physical game production is gonna stop, like, I feel like a decent chunk of them have also not been buying Sony stuff for a while, not out of like protest or anything, just like inevitability. Like, they're making less games that they're interested in, or they're just buying less games because they have less time to play games because they're getting older, and like all that kind of stuff. I think some of us, like, we're kind of like the like Zennial generational blur, like between Gen X and millennials, I feel like is the first, maybe this is incorrect, but I feel like it's a big swath of people who have said that they like grew up with video games, and so they just kind of imagined that video games would be a part of their life forever, because they have been. And so it's harder to imagine like not being an active consumer of video games. And like reckoning with that, and like maybe kind of feeling weird about it. But I've already been wrestling with that for like 10 years, so I feel like I've made my peace. The last time Sony tried to shut down the PS3 store. Yeah, I feel like... Honestly, I was surprised that they reversed course on that. I really didn't think that they would. But I really don't think they're gonna reverse course with the physical media thing. Like, they're gonna be very adamantly confident that the outcry is a vocal minority, and that most people are already digital only and don't care. I think they're gonna very comfortably operate under that assumption. and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna hope that some of us come around, and if we don't, I don't think they're gonna look back and think about, you know, other ways to win us over and court us. Like if you're, and this includes me, by the way, for clarity, but like if you're over 33-ish, you're kind of already like exiting the window of the game makers caring about you. Like you're not high up on their pecking order to like please. As hard of a pill as that might be to swallow. Mistral, okay, thank you. Now it's over. Yeah, I don't know if I feel that defeatist about it. Like, games definitely aren't over. There might be a crash that we have to get through, but I don't think games will ever really be over. It's just going to continue to evolve and change, and you know, inevitably will change and evolve in ways that we don't like, or that certain people don't like. But we will be the ones that will be over, as it were, not games. You think there's a chance that they'll reverse course? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I won't hold my breath, and I know you won't either. We have to teach the youngins not to settle for techno-fascism. I do think something's got to give where like the like DRM ecosphere has to change. I do think people are gonna like ask and demand some type of like concession on that. The ad is running. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, folks. All right. Let's come back over here. Vashi, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, exactly. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it's never been a better time to be a gamer. Like, the cool thing about how time works is that even though the stuff that's being made right now can be viewed very negatively, we also have everything that came before as well. You know, like, we're not limited to only playing the games that are current, despite what some people might try to make you believe. And we have just literally every game ever made at our fingertips. So the further forward in time we go, all of the great games from every era will continue to like trickle down and be distilled into this like incredible list of all the best games ever made, and that list is just going to keep growing. Yeah, there's literally Super Monkey Ball and Half-Life 2 in a browser. Yeah, I think a dose of that kind of, I would call it zen, about the game industry is very important to kind of like carry in one hand while you carry your pitchfork in the other. If that makes sense. Like, there's definitely a lot of things to be upset about, and we should be upset about them, and we should be trying to do something about it. But like, definitely don't lose sight of like all the cool stuff as well. And like, you know, if something good is happening with an indie dev or a smaller studio, you gotta go out of your way to uplift that an equal amount to your, you know, pitchforking the big guys. But yeah, my hope is that this idea of like the AAA game, the AAA studio, or God forbid quadruple A, my hope is that that idea will just collapse in on itself, and the breaking point will just be so much worse than it already is, to the point that we will finally start getting mainstream games that have smaller scope, smaller budget, and like a more ethical, sustainable business model for the consumer and the people at the very top, you know, and the people working to make the game and the stupid shareholders. Like, there is definitely a way for all of those people to have a better outcome. And as a layperson gamer, I think it is just narrowing the scope. Like, there's this idea right now, there's this precedent that like, in order for a game to be exciting to the consumer and sell well, it has to be bigger and grander than the last one, you know? And that's very much like how the AAA industry has like stair-stepped. Like, well, of course, number 2, you know, big game 2 has to be bigger and better looking than big game 1. Like, there's no world where that's not the case. Like, we have created that precedent, and we are, you know, we've made that bed and we are lying in it in a very, very big way. So you have this like kind of catch-22 situation where it's like, oh, well, we can't make, you know, Grand Theft Auto 6 smaller than Grand Theft Auto 5. We can't make it the same size. We can't make it look the same as Grand Theft Auto 5. It's got to look better than Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, that's the only option that people will accept, is that it's bigger and better looking, right? And so this like capitalism Ouroboros of infinite growth has like manifested in the games industry in a really weird way that doesn't affect the other like profit-driven art. Like movies aren't getting longer, you know, and like they're not like putting more people in movies than they used to put in movies, you know. It doesn't affect other like profit-driven art in the same way as it does the video game. It's very interesting. Let me catch up with y'all here. Without physical media, that list will not grow the way that it has been. Those games will be at such a higher risk of disappearing. Maybe. But I feel like the awareness about lost media and preservation is at an all-time high and is only increasing. So I, for one, feel a very strong optimism on that front. The never enough is a corner both the industry and consumers have painted themselves into. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, we can't only blame them, because we followed the pattern, which allowed the pattern to become the pattern. You know, Mario Sunshine was bigger and looked better than Mario 64, and they were like, oh, they liked that. They liked it being bigger and better than the last one. So all we have to do when we make Mario Galaxy is make it bigger than Mario Sunshine and better, you know, or, you know, take whatever example you can come up with. And it doesn't even matter if the games are a generation apart. You know, you could look at the 3 Uncharted games that released within like 5 years on the PS3. They all did that as well. It doesn't even have to be limited to like a major time gap of technological leap. Like just the fact that it is the next one. It doesn't matter if you're on the same console a year later, people expect it to be bigger and better than the last one, because that's how it works. So we have to create a new precedent somehow. We talked about this on Tuesday, how I feel like the GameCube era, the creative atmosphere of the GameCube is like where I would love to see that precedent shattered and swapped for something else. The idea of having these like novel, interesting new IPs that are decidedly not long games with really, really high polish and a decent amount of replayability, and then just being happy with that. You know, like Pikmin and Luigi's Mansion are like the perfect examples of what I'm talking about. You can finish both of those games in like 4 to 8 hours on your first playthrough, no problem. But they're just really well designed. They're super good. There's a lot of incentive to play them again, or to just like exist in the world of them, you know, which is also kind of a lost concept. But that's a little bit more of a spiritual conversation than a tangible one. 5th and 6th gen were full of those. Yeah. I think that's a very clever, you know, it's not the only solution to where we're at, but I think it's a very smart solution to where we're at. Like if there could be like a quote unquote AAA game where the studio was decidedly focused on making something that wasn't super long and wasn't the best graphics ever made. It doesn't have to look retro, you know, that doesn't mean pixel art or like cell shaded. Like just make it good, and then like put your whole effort into it, you know, finish it before it's done. No DLC, no like longevity content for this game. Build the longevity into the base game. And if like some like major mainstream studio could make a game like that that like catches on and does well, then it could set the precedent, because it's always been precedent based. You know, like the reason we had an entire era of 3D platformers was because Mario 64 did well, you know, and the reason why we have like Soulsborne as a genre is because one of those games did really well, and so on and so forth. You know, Grand Theft Auto, the shooter Call of Duty era, you know, all that kind of stuff. If one game can do it and show other companies like, oh, this makes money, and it's like a formula that we can follow, it could like cascade and snowball, you know, into like a new, you know, trend, and it could be amazing. But there has to be that first one, and it has to do well. And, you know, who knows if something like that would happen, because we're talking about a lot of unlikely ifs in the current zeitgeist, or whatever you want to call it. We've got risk taking, which is very low value right now, and just like a lot of trend bucking. I'm not familiar with Tango Gameworks by name, or what are they involved in? What would I know them from? Yeah, I think the medium, it's to capstone the conversation, I guess. I think the medium will recover from like whatever drought or, you know, low point that we perceive ourselves to be in. But I don't think physical media reverses course in any significant way. You know, it could happen temporarily, but it's gonna go away. Like even if like some new storage media became like hyper efficient and really, really affordable, unless that happens like this year, we're gonna be too established in a digital only, no physical media industry to consider like going back to full-scale physical media on whatever that new format might be. That would be something that, you know, the forever physical, you know, limited run type niches pick up, and that could be good for us, people like us, the olds. But it's not going to replace all digital. I do think that is a truly inevitable point of singularity that we can try to resist and delay as much as we want, but it will eventually happen. Oh, this is the last portal, nice. And I personally am fine with that. You know, physical media going away helps me feel less overwhelmed and less spoiled for choice, which helps me kind of get my blinders on with like what to play and what to buy, because I already like can't afford and don't have time for all the games that I want to play anyways. So if I can just kind of like pretend that there are less games, I actually find a lot of comfort in that. So there's no boss here, just a GOT statue. Oh, but a cutscene. Oh, it's Krim!
Hey, I'm Krim, a long arm. I'm just passing by.
Whoa! What do you got, dude? Tell me something cool. Give me some lore.
Your look is very unusual.
I don't think this is Krim's voice actor in Sign, but I've never watched it in English.
If you're in some kind of trouble, I'll help.
What a nice guy.
But sorry, I'm on a business trip again starting tomorrow.
Oh, Krim and his business trips.
I don't think I can help you.
We haven't even said anything to him. Come on.
It may be none of my business, but if you're waiting for Subaru, it's a waste of your time.
And why is that, Krim?
She doesn't... No, it's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. Ignore me.
So are you the one that called her?
I can't help you, but I'm rooting for you. Oh yeah. Here, use this.
Krim Spear, that's sick. That's so sick.
So long, celebrity.
Celebrity? What? Wow, Kite's a real fountain of conversation here. I mean, Kite doesn't know who that is. So I guess it's reasonable that he would be kind of like stunned into silence because he's like talking about him as if he knows him, but he, you know, doesn't know him back. Okay, so let's write down some notes here. At the bottom of... what is it called? Obedient Someone's Nights. Krim appears. He sizes Kite up and seems to know of our pursuits and exploits. But he says he cannot help us. He says that if we are trying to meet Subaru, we are wasting our time. He wishes us luck, gives us Krim's spear, and calls us celebrity before leaving. Okay, so hi Deej, welcome in. A little bit of context for you if you haven't seen .hexsign. That was a character from .hexsign. Krim is a character from .hexsign. And so is Subaru. And there's like a little bit of history and like romantic tension, entanglement between Krim and Subaru. Throughout the course of the show, you can tell that like they kind of either have a thing for each other or did in the past. And there's a bit of an implied love triangle between Krim, Subaru, and the head of the Crimson Knights, who's just called Silver Knight in the show. And there's a bit of a rivalry between Krim and Silver Knight. Krim used to be a member of the Crimson Knights, but he left He's a busy business guy in real life. He's always going on these trips, and he like kind of plays the game in long stretches when he's not on business, and then he doesn't play the game for long stretches because he's working. And I know a little bit about Subaru's player in real life, but it has not been revealed to me in this game or in .hack sign. So I'm not going to say anything about that. But basically, him saying, like, she doesn't ... He's kind of implying in one way or another that she doesn't play the game anymore. We don't really know why, but we can make some reasonable guesses. And unfortunately, that's all we got to find out. We didn't get to hear anything about the Crimson Knights or Subaru. Just kind of confirmation that we're not going to see Subaru, and she's definitely not around. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this spear actually isn't that good. Well, we'll just keep it as a trophy. I bet it looks really cool, though. This is a very good hat. Do I want to give this to Black Rose? We were trying to beat 6-4, I think. Oh no, I was thinking of her hands. 10-3. Yeah, it's not better than that. And this is already what I think me and Mistral are wearing. Oh no, she's wearing Rat Crest. 322 28316. Oh yeah, we should give her this, absolutely. Okay. Where'd you go, Mistral? Oh yeah, I adore this game, Deej. It's so good. Like, I could go on for days with the number of things that I like about this game. Wait, she's got more stuff? Wow. Where does she get all this stuff? She's got like a really good weapon for every class. And she had a really good weapon for every class the last time I looked, but I think it was a different set of weapons, and she's like upgraded them again. But we're gonna give you this Blade's Chain. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about this franchise. Like, there's certainly a lot of things about this game that show its age, and there's a lot of things that certain people would absolutely detest about playing these games. But they are not things that bother me. 8-1-11, 22-13. Yep, her armor's better than the one we've found. And what's the other piece? Briny Guard? Yeah, I don't think that's any good either. 2-6. Yeah, we'll sell those. Yeah, it's basically an MMO simulator. So the whole game is a game within a game. And the game within the game is an MMO. So you're meant to feel like you're playing an early MMO. And all the NPCs try to act like other human players. And that plays into kind of some nuances of how the game works. Alright, we're up to 650 now. Money just keeps going up. Did I put the treasures in? Oh yeah, but I didn't put Crim's Spear in. Yeah, complete with an email and a personal computer. Let's save again. We're actually going to quit out to the desktop right now. We'll call this Crim Met plus item management. Yeah, you should definitely try them. Anybody that likes PS2 games, anybody that likes like early 2000s anime vibes, anybody that likes kind of a hybrid between an action and a turn-based RPG should play these games, absolutely. But yeah, we're gonna log out of the game within the game here and go back to the desktop of our computer. And this is where you get mail from other players that kind of like humanizes them, and you see them like out of character. You read news articles about what's going on in the real world and how the events inside the game are affecting what's happening in the real world. You can change your wallpaper. You can change your background music. And then there's like a forum board, a really old school BBS board where other players post about stuff. And you can like read about like rumors and find optional content. You know, somebody will like be like, oh, I saw this weird thing at such and such place. And then you can choose to go there and see if you see the weird thing too. You know, you get side quests from the message board from other players talking about it. And then you log in to the game within the game. Yeah, they remastered GU, but not the first four-parter. I really don't know why they did that either. It's a very, very strange choice. I can't imagine that it was like a licensing thing. And if there was any type of like roadblock associated with like the OVAs, they would obviously just exclude those and just have the games.
Okay.
Yeah, this was way over my head at the time when I played it, Deej, but I loved it too because there was like that, because I was a dumb kid, there was like the mystery to it of like, am I playing online with other people? Like when I go talk to this other character in the town that says like, man, I need a new sword. This one sucksores. You know, nobody in a video game would say that. So is this a real person?
You're going to see Harold.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Why are we being given a choice like this? Like, wouldn't our choice just be to go to the area rather than this? I mean, we just saved, so if we decide we want to make the other choice on this, we can.
I'm going too, okay? I've got to ask him myself what he was trying to do and why this happened.
Yeah. Okay, so she's just saying, like, you gotta take me with you, which we were kind of already assuming. That's totally fine. That was really bizarre, though. I don't think it would have actually mattered what I said there. I think she would have kind of said the same thing, even if I said no. I will do one more save, just for the heck of it. Which one of you is the save? The saver? Where's the save guy? Oh, it's up here on the side. I walked right by it. After finishing Trails. Oh, interesting. Well, that'll only take like 6 billion years. You'll be there in no time. We'll do this in a different slot just in case. I'll just call this Black Rose cutscene. Well, this makes what we're about to do feel a lot more significant immediately. I still don't think this is going to be the end of the game, though. This might be wave 8, but I don't think it's everything. So we'll just have to wait and see. You only have 4 games left. Okay. Sorry, not 6 billion years, like 1 billion years. I gotta use the restroom really quick before we do this. Be right back. Okay. Sorry, there was no music or sound on that screen. Area revealed by Tartarga, an inhabitant of Netslum. Wandering AI Harold headed here. Now, this is wild. So, for context, Harold Herwick is the creator of this game. The world. The creator of the game within the game. Not the creator of .hack. Very confusing. And Harold, as far as we've learned, was a pathetic lover boy who was obsessed with this woman that he knew or grew up with, who wrote this famous poem. And everything indicates that he was in love with this woman and she was not in love with him. We don't really know if they ever, like, actually interacted, or if he just kind of, like, was interested in her from afar, or if he, like, shot his shot and she turned him down. I don't think we really know the details there, but it's pretty clear that it was some type of, like, unrequited love. And he chose to make a video game that was based on the lore of her famous poem that she wrote, which was called Epitaph of the Twilight. And his purpose behind making the game was to train a super AI to create a child, and it is unclear if this child was supposed to be a real human child or an AI child or some monstrosity in between. But by creating a game that real humans would play and basing it off of the lore of the poem, this guy thought that the super AI would be able to scrub all of that human data, and then because of the way that he programmed it, this super AI would basically birth this child, and then his sick and twisted idea was that this child being created would basically be his child with the woman that he had unrequited love with. So they're not together. She's not even alive anymore. And that's not the reason why they're not together. Like, they were already definitely not going to be a thing when they were both still alive, and then she just died later. So, and then the twist is that the super AI that Harold created became like self-aware to the point that she knew what Harold was being programmed, or what Harold was programming her to do. And then in turn, that after she had done what he programmed her to do, that she would no longer be useful and therefore be like trashed and not exist anymore. And so she chose to retaliate by trapping him inside the video game. So Harold, the loser weirdo, is now trapped inside the game in the same way that the other like comatose players are, as far as we know. And that super AI is Morgana. For those of you that have heard that name thrown around, that's who Morgana is. And we believe that the child is Aura, but we don't really have confirmation of that. So I don't know what wandering AI Harold is supposed to mean. I would assume that it's either Harold's consciousness or a true AI character based on Harold's consciousness, because he's like not around anymore or something. I don't know. Dudes will make up anything. That's hilarious. Yeah, this is the like guys will do anything except go to therapy meme. Let's find out what's in store here. We have all the cores that we need. W, X, Y, and ZZ. So we did need all 5 of those. So those 5 inconsequential, bizarre quests that we got from the board from the 5 denizens of Netslum were indeed required, because we wouldn't have been able to come here without all 5 of these cores. And nobody's told us about anything else. This is literally the only thing on deck, so this has to be a story mission. There's no way this is optional. And not every field in the game requires you to use those cores. It's only the protected ones that require us to hack in, because the game is in like a really tenuous, glitchy state that it's not supposed to be in. You're not supposed to need virus cores in order to hack into a dungeon. So, let's see what's going on here. We'll get our stuff up here. And we are 1 level below 90. So if this encounter table is not too annoying, I will clear the field, because we will get good experience from anything above our level. Okay, speed charm. And Fairy's Orb. We got a lot of portals. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's data bugs. Okay. We're not going to clear this field. Because we're probably going to have to kill, like, 30 of these guys to get through the dungeon. And they are really time-consuming. We got to do a bunch of damage to them before we can data drain them. And we can't even damage them until they're data drained. So it's very resource intensive. These guys are immune to magic, which means that Mistral is useless against them for the most part. Sin of Hades. Oh, now you're physically tolerant. Okay, well, good thing we have Mistral. Yeah, we did a dungeon a while back that was just all these guys. And it took everything out of us. But we didn't have a Wave Master. So this makes it a lot easier. This will be so much better. So much better. This also means that we're gonna get, like, no experience. Wrong item. When you data drain an enemy, they, like, level down significantly. Which means you get 1 experience point. So, a further reason not to clear the field, even if we did endure the incredibly time-consuming enemies, there would be nothing in it for us. Just duck in here real quick. There we go. Alright. Portal. Portal? Why did I say portal? Fairy's Orb. Is what that was for. Oh, at least they're different data bugs. Okay. This guy can be hit by both types of attacks, so we love that about him. Rig Same is actually doing huge work here. The Greaves of Awe. The other thing that sucks about every enemy being a data bug, whenever you use data drain, there's this, like, sort of invisible meter. This thing right over here where I'm blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. This will, like, gradually go towards red. It'll go to, like, green, and then yellow, and then orange, and then red. And I don't really know exactly how long it takes for that thing to go up, and what all it might be affected by. So it's a little bit mysterious. And then also, I don't know how it goes back down. And as it gets more and more out of control, weirder and weirder things start to happen to you. It'll, like, cast random buffs and debuffs. It might heal your HP or send you to critical HP. You know, it's very chaotic. And the worst outcome of all is sometimes it will just take, like, several hundred experience points from you, which is a lot. And that really sucks. So you can actually, like, level down in a really, really bad worst-case scenario against just a data drain that you have to do. Like, there's no way we can not do that. And as far as I know, there's not, like, an item or a spell that I can do that will, you know, make my infection rate go down. It's just gonna go up. Another thing that kind of sucks about it is every time you data drain, you get an item. And the more unique items that we get is going to push our inventory close to busting, which is really annoying. So, like, right now, I have 34 out of 40, which means I can only carry 40 unique items. Level 99 rare twin blade? Excuse me? Whoa. Huh. Look at this thing! Life drain, skill drain, and critical. Those are 3 of the best skills in the whole game. Holy crap. I think this is actually lower attack than my current weapon, but with those 3 abilities, it doesn't matter. Oh no, it is higher. Wow. So we're gonna lose a little bit of accuracy, and we're gonna lose a lot of magical attack. So maybe that's not worth it. It's wild how much magic attack we get from Prepare to Die. So we might just be, like, swapping at will here, I guess. Whenever we need magic, we can switch to the Prepare to Die. Obviously the accuracy drop sucks. But if we don't... Oh, and this one has the powerful magic spell too. So yeah, we're gonna have to, like, switch on the fly as we need physical preference or magic preference. The Greaves of Awe. What are these all about? A level 4 wood spell. Wow. These are very good. These are very good. I think we take this. Yeah, 4 magic defense in exchange for 1 attack point. Plus the elemental properties. We can let Rig Same go because Mistral has it. So. Oh, but we also lose no damage. No damage is huge. That's really hard to let go of. We'll see. We'll see. If we get more of those, we can give them to our friends here. Oh, look at this! This also has Rig Same. 11, 13, 3337. What do you got, Black Rose? This is heavy armor that only she can wear. Yeah, that's better than what she's got. Okay, we can't wear this armor at all, so there's no reason to hang on to it. We should just give it to her immediately. Raga Raja. Very cool. There's no aesthetic change on anything but weapons. Oh yeah, what do these blades look like? Oh wow, they're actually a palette swap of our previous weapon, and we have magenta color trails instead of red. So they're very similar. So if we can just get stacks and stacks of like the same 5-ish items from all these data drains, that won't be so bad. But if we end up with like, you know, 13 unique items because there's a bunch of different enemies, that's going to be really annoying. And we'll have to like find stuff to get rid of. Because I don't know what I'd be saving up all this money for, but I have a feeling there's probably something. And even if it's just restocking consumables for bonus dungeons, that's a lot of money. Because a full stack of potions is like 200k. At this point. So. But we have some scrolls we can let go if we really need to. Although this might be a good dungeon to use some of the scrolls as well. So maybe if we run into more of the physical tolerance enemies, I'll start ripping some scrolls. Just to use them up. Prepare to Die is such a good name for a weapon. It's wild. I can also get rid of these lower level potions that'll free up 1 item slot. There's the Protect Break. More Greaves. Some enemies have more than one thing that they can drop, and one's like a common and one's a rare. We have a second data drain spell that increases the rare drop rate that we could try using on some of these too, once we start to have like a lot of these other items, a lot of repeats. Could be fun to go for. The App Vorv is really nice to have. Take that for as long as it lasts. Oh, there goes the speed charm. So noticeable. Yeah, Sin of Hades and Prepare to Die. What a great pairing of names. Barrel. Barrel. So many barrels. It would make me so happy if after we beat the game, all the like glitchy textures are restored and we get to like explore the world in its pristine state and we like fix the game. Something tells me that's very unlikely. I feel like we're probably not gonna fix the game. And as much as the whole goal of this game has been to save our friends, I have a sneaking suspicion that we're not going to be able to save our friends. And we're going to have to, like, find out why we can't save our friends and then, like, come to grips with it. But we'll see. I love a happy ending. I'm just not counting on one. Given the tone of this series overall and what I remember from the ending of Dot Hack Sign, which I'm working towards a rewatch. I really would love to finish rewatching the series before finishing this game, because I think it would be very helpful in me kind of like digesting the whole thing. But I just don't know if I'm going to be able to watch that many episodes before. Although, if we don't finish today, I guess that'll give me a lot of time to finish. Because we won't be playing this at all next week. And then we wouldn't be playing it again and presumably finishing it until next week. So yeah, if we don't beat the game today, maybe it is pretty reasonable that I finish the rewatch. Because I still have like 12 more episodes to rewatch. And absolute max, I'm going to be able to watch like... Oh, we can throw these away if we need to. Level 17, what the heck? Absolute max, I'm going to be able to watch like 3 at a time. But more than likely, 1 episode at a time, maybe 2. I've got a lot of things competing for my free time. All the time, but especially this month. Busy, busy. We got another ad break coming up. Let me get to this next floor and put my buffs back on, and then we'll run it. It's really nice that his fire only hits once. I feel like the last time we fought one of these dragons, the fire would hit like 3 or 4 times. And it was really hard to deal with. Mistral, you are the best. You are the best. We love you. These things are really not that strong. Which is nice. Okay. Hit this. And next floor. Strengthen. Geem. Rig Geem has got to be, like, the most useful non-attacking spell in the game. I mean, I guess unless you have Abdu, but you could just use a speed charm for Abdu. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run the next ad here. When I come back, we're going to do a quick check-in on all that stuff keeping me busy this month. I promise I'll limit it to like 2 minutes. We're just going to do a recap on the July calendar when I come back from the ad break. During the ads, enjoy Mario Party, and maybe click that donate link at the top of the chat. Check out some of the incentives for next week. See you in a few. Thanks for being here. Yes, it is, Smashy. 2 minutes. Yes, it is. Time me. All right, I'm back. I'm just waiting for the ad to end here. I made a comically large beverage. I can't wait to show you. Look at Wario with his cute little wizard hat. He's very purple instead of mostly yellow, with accents of purple. All right, now the ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna go over here. Look at my comically large beverage that I prepared. It's basically the size of my head. What's up, Manu? Welcome in. Wario borrowing Waluigi's clothes, but that's pre-Waluigi. Waluigi is only 26 years old. That makes it quite a large string. It's true. I have a big fat head. Actually, I have a very normal sized head. But spiritually, I have a very inflated extracranial measurement. What's up, Mutt? How are you, dude? Nice to see you. We're going to take a quick 2 minutes for me to remind you about all the things that are happening this month. First of all, we are voting for my next RPG playthrough in Discord. If you want to influence what RPG I play next, you gotta be in there. If you are in there, go in the polls channel. Make sure you voted. You have until the end of this Sunday's stream to get that vote in there. Tomorrow is PokeFest. Me and 7 other gym leader streamers are gonna have watch badges of the Kanto gym badges. If you want to collect them all, here are the streamers that you gotta watch for at least an hour each. You will get their corresponding badge in their chat and their chat only. You won't be able to see all 8 of them at the same time, but I'm hosting the Soul badge. So come get a pink heart next to your name tomorrow as we continue the Pokemon Black Nuzlocke. On Sunday, the lady will join me. We're going to continue our first playthrough of Locomotive. Thank you for subbing to unlock another one of those. Next time the bar fills up, the top one there, we will have another. Thank you so much. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to do a Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer seed to celebrate the anniversary of my first solo stream. And then Thursday and Friday next week are the charity streams. Mario Party 3 Story Mode and Super Smash Bros. Melee one-player challenges. The higher this donation total above my head goes, the higher the difficulty setting for each of those games goes. And we also have a bid war for which characters I play as. Link is at the top of the chat if you'd like to donate. That will take you to the incentives page. If you don't know what to donate towards, I recommend donating towards the Mario Party 3 character selection, because we got to decide that at the very beginning of this stream. It actually will cut off before this stream starts, so that we have a definitive winner. The last week, or the third week of July, normal schedule. This will be the week to finish .hack or do filler arc, depending on how the rest of today goes. And then no streams the last week of July and the first week of August. I'll be on the road playing shows with the bandmates, and we will be back on normal schedule the second week of August. Thank you for your time and attention. Back to .hack. We still haven't finished .hack? You sound so disappointed, Manu. No, we haven't. However, we are in a very late stage story dungeon right now that we just got into. I don't think this is going to be the final dungeon, but there is a world. There is a world where this could be the final dungeon, but I don't think there's been quite enough pomp and circumstance to convince me that this is the final dungeon. I really don't think so. This might be like the third to last dungeon, where we get like a big lore dump, but like no boss fight. That I could see. Because there's been these like locations where we're in like a white void, and then like a significant looking something or other, but we don't know why it's significant, and then we learn something about Harold or Emma as we get an excerpt from Epitaph. And I feel like we're due for another one of those. And I feel like this is going to be like the culmination of all of those. And not Wave 8 or Kubia. But who knows? It could be all 3 back to back. We'll see. I clicked the wrong skills. You think .hack is taking a while to finish. Wait till you see how long that drink takes him. That'll be gone surprisingly quickly. It's quite tasty. It's very sour. It's just 2 aguas frescas mixed together, a lime and a pineapple. And it's tart and it's yummy, and it's refreshing. And these are carbonated aguas frescas, so a little bit different. Hands of water. Man, we're picking up a lot of equipment in here. We're gonna have to start tossing stuff very soon. You're actually happy. You thought it was coming to a post-game mission stream. I see. Yeah, this is the first time we've touched, like, story content in several streams. technically that optional stuff we were doing the last couple streams was all required because we needed to get the virus cores from them to get into this level. But we didn't get any type of like story or lore from the other ones. Other than the little snippet of Crim that we got in the last one. But that's not really related to the story of this game. It's more about Dot Hack Sign. Just a little kind of nod, Easter egg teaser for watchers of the show. But we should get some big, juicy lore on this mission. There's pretty much no way that we don't. But yeah, I think there's going to be some post-game content, Manu. I would be very surprised if we just rolled credits on this game and it had nothing else to offer us. I know it's going to let me keep playing, but I feel like it wouldn't let us keep playing if there wasn't more to do. You know, I feel like there's going to be a bunch of side missions that open up, and there'll probably be some kind of like super boss or something, which would be very fun to work towards. I don't know what a super boss in this game would look like, though. Like, the hardest fights in this game are just when there's more than one enemy. If there's just one enemy, it's kind of all the same difficulty, so I don't really know how they would handle that. I guess, like, some of the Kubia fights have been pretty intense. What's up with all this low-level stuff that we're getting? I guess that's supposed to build up on, like, the glitchy part. Get rid of that magic defense down, and rip another speed charm. Yeah, I guess if there was like a rush of bosses, or some kind of gauntlet, that would definitely be a super boss. Like, if we had to fight, like, 5 of these guys at the same time, that would feel like a super boss. If they just made us fight 2 bosses at the same time, that would feel like a super boss. But any one singular enemy, I don't really know how they make it harder. I guess if it's one of those dumb enemies that can just, like, insta-kill me with every attack, and I have to, like, really be on my menuing for a very, very long period of time, that would be difficult. But usually when that happens, we just drop back and Kite becomes the healer.
I can't get enough. It's my favorite.
That is kind of how I feel about this game. Is that a mimic? Wow, we haven't seen one of these in so long. They are impervious to physical attacks. And all of my buffs just ran out. Let's get rid of these maidens first. They are super annoying. And I don't think the Mimic has any ranged attacks. Okay, and then switch to magic. I'm actually just going to go straight to the buffs, because I think Mistral's got it. Oh, Black Rose is trying to kill me. She succeeded, because I was trapped in a casting animation. Okay. And Mage's Soul. Wrong menu. Here's to one last... That's true, we have one more goblin. We can't end this game yet. There's one more goblin somewhere. Wouldn't be surprised if it showed up after this mission. I'm glad you brought that up, Manu. I kind of had let that slip by. We've only done 19 goblins. There's got to be one more to give me some stupid, useless key item that proves that I beat them all. We haven't equipped the full Z set to see what summon we get. To try that at some point. Snow Panther? Alright, here we go. Time to start throwing stuff away. I'm gonna throw away the low-level equipment without a second thought. The Snow Panther. Oh, this is also low-level. It has Apvorv, though. That's pretty great. It's a nice spell to have. Not worth swapping, though. Okay. Maidens. Good job, Mistral. God, she's great. You'd love if the Goblin set was secret OP. I mean, there could be something like that happens, because I feel like they set the precedent very early on that, like, the quests are super goofy and, like, a lot of tedium for pretty much no reward. Other than just, like, you know, the laughs. So it would stand to reason that, like, the very last thing that we get from them, like, breaks the pattern and, like, makes it all worthwhile somehow. I don't think that's what's gonna happen, though. I think we're just gonna get a key item like the other ones that just proves that we beat it. You know, we're gonna get some kind of trophy. That's what I think. But maybe it's more than that. That would be fun. Yeah. I threw away a piece of equipment to start picking up these health drinks, because these are good trade items. Despite how it sounds, it's not like a potion, it's a... Oh, I'm wrong. This is the low-level potion. Okay, I can let those go. But holy crap, we're getting so many of them. This is the level 1 potion. I got it mixed up with Sports Drink. Sports Drink is the one that increases lightning, and is a good trade item. We're already on B4, though. This is going a lot faster than I thought it would. So that's nice. There's not as many data bugs as there could have been. I thought every single enemy was going to be a data bug. But it's just a couple of them. And we haven't seen another one of those, like, gorilla guys that were on the overworld. The big Groot gorilla thing. And those are the worst ones. So... we'll let Meteor Swarm go. Definitely don't need any scrolls. Ooh, a triple chest room up here in the top left. Oh, I spoke too soon. This guy is absolutely the worst. Even not as a data bug, this guy is the worst. This guy can very easily one-shot me with his physical. Oh, we got a quick protect break on him. Holy crap. But we're not done yet. This guy's going to be very strong after the protect break, unlike the dragon guy. Oh, sorry. Alright, Gaia's Axe might also be like a level 16 item. Yep, there's the one-hit KO. Thank you so much. That attack is really strong because it hits so many times. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Gonna burn these up. This is really annoying, but they look like Tapu Koko. That's a pull. Ultra Sun is definitely gonna be my next casual Pokemon game. I still have never finished Gen 7. Never got to finish it. And I would really like to. I was liking it quite a bit, actually, when I was playing it. And I feel obligated to replay Gen 7, 8, and 9. Because Gen 7 is where my, like, Pokédex knowledge starts to get really spotty. Like, I feel like Gen 1 through 6, you show me a Pokemon, I'm like 95% positive I'm going to be able to name that Pokemon and tell you its typing. And I'm like 100% positive that I'm going to be able to tell you what generation it's from, like what game it's from. Yo, my dude! Welcome in, nice to see you, how are you? How are things? I need a speed charm. Glad to hear you're doing good. Thanks for coming through. Please perceive my giant cup. You've missed Twitch. So you're putting on your friends while you home office. Nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for choosing. We know you have many choices when you fly twitch.tv. Thank you for choosing Backlog rules. Maiden's in a big room. You hate to see it. Black Rose sounds like a puppy when she gets hit really hard. Anything's better than Spirit, yeah. Yeah, imagine finding out that someone called your stream the Spirit Airlines of Twitch. Nothing would cut you down more deeply. Oh, there's 4 chests in here. Holy crap. I don't think I've ever seen this configuration. So I gotta let health drinks go. I gotta pay attention. I don't want to make room for any health drinks. I can just drop them. You've had friends you would describe as the spirit of Twitch? It's not everyone's forte? Oh no. I mean, I guess in a harsh reality that could be true. You know, and maybe for some people that's me. But I think I know what you mean. Fuse blades. Problem is I have to throw something away to find out if the thing I'm making room for is worth making room for. These are probably low level as well. I'm at least a Delta or United. Wow, I'll take that. You know, I will take that. Level 5, yeah. So these are even worse. Those can go. It's really annoying we're getting all this low-level equipment. Wait, that can't be real, Manu, right? That can't be real. Please tell me you're kidding. That's real? Oh, that sucks. So it's like one of those things where they made the URL suffix for like for a country because like every country gets one, but then they like use like other people use it for other things because it is a convenient like recognizable word combination. How do they get like a royalty on that though? I wouldn't think that they would get any type of like, I guess maybe if the business that wants to purchase the domain isn't based there, they have to like jump through some hoops to be allowed to use it? Is it something like that? Oh, what am I doing here? I'm getting my actions mixed up. Where even is Tuvala? Please, or Tuvalu. Please tell this dumb American where Tuvalu is. Oh, right, I don't have the big fire spell anymore, because I switched to daggers. That's a very fast spell, though. I actually quite like that. Black Rose, stop trying to kill us. You're on our team. Who makes money off that one? Hopefully you, and no one else. But yeah, I guess if you had like a business that was called like Antipode, and instead of buying antipode.com, you wanted to buy antipo.de, but you're not based in Germany. Do you have to like pay Germany for that? A small island country off the side of Australia. Interesting. And so like their chief import is just like people trying to buy television URLs. That's so odd. I mean, good for them, I guess. I gotta assume that any small island nation has a harder time earning money than a big contiguous one. A big landy one. A non-islandy one. Is land the opposite of island? How's that for a dumb question? The nation of calm, yeah. Yeah, it's actually surprising that we're not so self-absorbed that it's .USA. I guess we're so self-absorbed that the thought of other countries having their own suffix was the afterthought. Which is maybe worse. God, I hate this guy. They're doing better than other nations their size. Do you think it's because of Twitch? At first it made me sad, but now learning that someone that's not Twitch is profiting off of Twitch's profit, I quite like it. Yeah, let them live large. Let them have their Twitch money. Another one! Oh my god, I didn't die. That's such a strange rule, though. Like I get why you would need to, like, pass a certain muster to use, like, .gov or .edu. But it's not like, I guess theoretically there's, like, a finite number of URLs, and you wouldn't want somebody to, like, snatch up all the ones from a specific country and just be a bunch of people that aren't based in that country. But that one just seems a lot stranger to me. Maybe it was intended to be like a discouraging measure rather than something that's like actually utilized. Like they were just kind of hoping that people would just not try to get suffixes from countries that they aren't in. But if you have like a lot of money, you can have one anyways. I don't know how any of that works. It's very strange. It's odd to think about, for sure. Oh, speed charm's gone. Wait, there's more than 5 floors in this dungeon. That's big. That's unprecedented. Oh god. Here's the super boss. Okay, I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna become the healer. We are absolutely gonna have to restock consumables after this dungeon because of the data bugs. I just have to keep my party members alive. At least they're grouped together. Okay, one of the... Oh, we're out of them. Okay. Okay, let's wait a little bit longer. Take one more hit. Very nice. Okay, there's one protect break. Okay, there it is. And one for Black Rose. And this will be nice. We should be able to hit the Protect Break on the other one just from splash damage. Because they're standing right next to each other. That's very convenient. Okay, this is working out great, actually. There's the Protect Break. Hell's Herald. That sounds cool. We'll get rid of this Aqua Guard. And hopefully that's good. Watch, it's going to be like a level 5 sword. Okay, and then I'll come in and fight this guy. Beautiful. $377K for 1 year? Holy crap. Wow. The people who wanted to buy one of my domains, I think, finally gave up. They used to hit me up like every other year or like once a year. And I finally stopped hearing from them. How much were they offering? I think... Oh, man, I think I have the email somewhere and I could check. I want to say the last offer they made me was like 5,000. I want to say it started at like 1,500. And they would like up it a little bit every time. You would have taken the money and ran? I mean, who knows if they would have actually given me the money. Man, it goes a lot faster when there's only one. Part of me wanted to believe that it was like Nintendo trying to be incognito. Like, because if they had made themselves known as Nintendo, like maybe I could have like tried to take them for a ride and get like way more money. You know what I mean? So they were like posing as being just like a regular random individual. Because they're trying to buy doabarrelroll.com, the URL for my VGM band. And we used to joke about it like when we first started hearing from them. Like, what if it's Nintendo trying to buy it? And of course we didn't actually think that. But then the numbers started getting bigger. It was like, man, maybe it is Nintendo. Because yeah, if they were like, this is Nintendo, we would like to buy this website. Well, then I could just be like, well, we would like $1 million, please. But it might not have gotten that high. I don't remember with certainty if it got up to 5,000. But if it wasn't 5,000, it was definitely like 2 or 3. They were throwing out some pretty big numbies. But this was like... God, I want to say the last time I heard from them was like... maybe like 2021 or something like that. Again, I would have to check. I've got it somewhere. Alright, so we're on basement 6 here. I don't think this has ever happened. I don't think we've ever had more than 5 floors. I think there was maybe one other time where we went down from B5, but we just walked into like a cutscene. and it wasn't like another floor. Or it was like one room with a boss. But this is like a whole floor. So this is a new level. In more than one way. Oh yeah, I forgot to check what that item is. Yeah, we are burning through consumables in this dungeon. Oh, it's a level 99 rare axe, and we have 2 of them. Holy crap. 40 attack! We've never seen anything above like 36 or 37. That's pretty amazing. 1 point in these stats is quite a lot. So 40 is a huge number. 99 is the max. Not like 255 or 999 that it might be in some games. And it has critical hit. Holy crap. Crush your enemies, yeah. And then we have this awesome armor as well. So yeah, if we get a chance to do a quest with Pyros again, or Terajima, we'll have one of each of these for them. This Gaia's axe is no slouch, but it pales in comparison to this level 99 rare. I'm assuming level 99 is the highest level that a piece of equipment can be as well, because it's like the max number for everything else. So that's kind of cool to see. Is that a starfish? It is a starfish. We haven't seen this guy in a while. I don't know if we've ever seen him as a data bug. Just grab a quick drink here. Val Halberd. That's a cool portmanteau. That's probably a spear. Let's get rid of the 3 fuse blades. So yeah, we're getting to that point where we're getting a lot of unique items, and it's starting to get a little bit annoying. Because we're just throwing away money at this point. We don't have a whole lot of things we can get rid of without just throwing money away. Plus our data drain infection is getting up to yellow, and you can see it kind of starting to dip towards red. So that's annoying too. Which means the side effects of using data drain are going to get worse and more chaotic. We haven't had an EXP down yet, which is great. But it looks like we're gonna have another floor below this one. This is wild. No, I don't want to trade right now, Mistral. Aquaguard is a toss. No need. Speed Charm. Alright. It's this guy again. But yeah, if there's a way to make data drain infection go down, and I just haven't discovered it, I'm gonna feel really silly. That's pretty high up on my list of things to like look up when this is all said and done. HP is drained from all. Yeah, so like that's a terrible outcome. Oh, man. She didn't get the full heal out quite quick enough. I was going to try to avoid using 3 consumables back to back, since we're getting low on potions. But Mistral was a little slow on the draw. No health drinks. But yeah, if you don't like menuing, do not play these games. You've got to either enjoy or have a high tolerance for menuing. Because you live in the menu in this game. And a lot of it is mindless menuing, but a lot of it is not. Like, making sure that you toss or exchange correctly depending on which item you're picking up. Because if you mash through that, it can have dire consequences. You know, you could accidentally throw away a really good piece of equipment, or accidentally keep a really crappy item and then accidentally toss something that you didn't want to toss. Okay, any level 2... Oh, we got a level 1 scroll? Bye. This defense sword is probably junk, but at least we can find out and then look out for it. Yeah, level 7. 30 hours of game plus 40 hours of menu traversal. It's honestly probably not too far off. I mean, we're at 120 hours on the game clock. And obviously there's a ton of idle time there because of streaming. But, the amount of time spent in menu has got to be a huge chunk. Even if there aren't that many long, continuous, single stretches of being in the menu. Just the sheer number of times that you gotta open it up to use an item. Thousands of times. And if you count all these little messages as menu as well. Yeah, like the 3 hours that it took to get to the game last week, exactly. I don't have to do these portals, I can advance to the next floor, but we've come this far, so I'm gonna clear all the portals in this dungeon. Maybe after this we'll check the Book of 1000. And see if we can even get anything from clearing more dungeons. It just feels right. It's just kind of like my play style at this point. Plus, we're gonna get so much money from this equipment. Like, we're not gonna need to keep more than 1 or 2 of a lot of these super powerful weapons and armor. I would love for there to be a side quest mission for every single character in the post-game. That's kind of my best case scenario. Like, a proper bonus dungeon, the Namco Bandai dungeon, a super boss, and then like a final side quest mission to kind of like sign off each character. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Manu. I like telling miscellaneous stories. I definitely feel much more comfortable streaming if people are talking back to me and we're like having a conversation. Like I can just talk about random stuff one-sidedly and fill the dead air. But it is a lot more comfortable to be interacting with people. Okay, basement 7 is not the last floor. This is wild. We've never gone beyond 5, and now we have a minimum of 8. Yo, Echo, how are you, dude? Nice to see you. What's new? You know I do a bunch of retro, but do I have any handheld emulator devices? The only quote-unquote emulator devices I have are the analog branded FPGAs. I don't have any like Ein brand or anything like that. I don't really have anything against them, but they're definitely not for me. I don't like the like multi-platform emulator model. It kind of like overwhelms and confuses me with the like multiple cores kind of concept, and like getting all the settings dialed in and whatnot. That's a turnoff for me. I'm a very like, the more plug and play something is, the more like official it feels for me. So yeah, I'm not a good source for information about those. I know some people who are, that I could point you towards if you're in the market for one. I know the Ein Thor is really popular, but I couldn't tell you much of anything about it. My DS is pretty techy? Yeah, it's true. Oh god, we're in the red now. Man, if this dungeon goes on for too much longer, we're really hurting. Data drain-wise. Like, you can technically kill these enemies without data draining them, but it would take so long. Yeah, simple would definitely be what I would be looking for in something like that. But I feel like the level of simplicity that I'm looking for isn't really achievable. Just due to, like, the sheer nature. That's what I like about the analog ones. It's like, we're here to copy a very specific platform and just do one thing really, really well. We're not trying to be a all-in-one solution. And that works better for my brain. It's not the best thing for your wallet, obviously. GBA, GBC mostly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to go all in on the Game Boy family, obviously the Analog Pocket is incredible. It's very stable, and, you know, has good, like, support. And just like the Switch-like functionality of it, where you can get a dock and go easily between portable and TV, is phenomenal. Bluetooth controller support and everything is out of the box, which is the key thing for me. And I'm just playing cartridges on it because I want to play my cartridges on it, but you know, you could get a flash cart and then just load that up with a full library and, you know, put homebrew on it, or you can just SD card it all. And then there are emulators for the Analog Pocket as well. Like, I'm pretty sure you can play like NES games and Super Nintendo games on a Analog Pocket, no problem. I just have never delved into that because that's not what I personally want to use it for. But I'm pretty sure you can do that. But if you want it to do, like, you know, if you're looking for like an all-in-one emulator machine, it's not cost effective. You know, like one of the more like emulator-ish ones, like the Ein Thor, you know, that's less expensive than an Analog Pocket, and then you could put like, you know, a dozen console cores on it instead of 3. Yeah, the custom Pokemon games. Yeah, I've been getting into those the last couple years. I have a EverDrive for the Game Boy Color. I don't have the GBA one yet, but that's the next one on my list to get, is a GBA EverDrive. And it's so fun to just kind of like browse ROM hacking and see what's out there. We played one as a filler arc for a couple days a while back, and it was really cool. It was a Gen 1 hack, and basically just kind of like does the best version of what a lot of them try to do, where it like makes every Pokemon obtainable, you know, and kind of like widens the encounter tables of a lot of the areas. It tries to make the trainers and the gyms a little bit more challenging, that sort of thing. But it also adds like some new like story vignettes. Like it leaves the original story of Red and Blue intact. It's not like a new game, but it adds like extra little story stuff that you can find, which is very cool. You know, there's like certain characters that are like looking for specific Pokemon or specific items, and they'll give you other stuff in trade, and there's like a little story vignette associated with it, and things like that. And then also it like changes the typing of some Pokemon and like changes their learn sets. So it's, for me, like a very cool blend of old and new. And then the coolest part is that everything is a toggle. So like some ROM hacks have customizable features where when you're patching the ROM, you can choose what to include and what to exclude. But very rarely do you get to toggle those things on and off after the patching process inside the game. And in this one, you could do that. Like you could turn on the extra story stuff, and if you started playing the game and you realized, this doesn't feel right, I just want the original, you could just go in the menu and toggle off the extra story stuff, and those NPCs just disappear. And you're back to, you know, being right at home. And you can like customize the front and back sprites of so many Pokemon. And you can just do so much tweaking. Yeah, ROM hacking is the site. ROM hacking is the definitive de facto source for all like fan games, quality of life patches, translation patches, hacks, homebrew, whatever you want to call it. That is the singular place where I would go for anything like that. Here we are on Basement 8. I see a down up in the top right. This is wild. Well, once again, this game is confusing me on whether or not this is the last dungeon or not. I really feel like it's not, but the fact that it's twice the length of any other dungeon we've ever done before is sending me mixed messages for sure. Wait, what is this one? Oh, hopefully that sucked. The Pocket does not need an adapter for GB, GBC, or GBA. It plays the Game Boy family games without an adapter. It only needs a cartridge adapter for the other 3 handheld platforms that are like Game Gear, Lynx, and whatever the third one is. And yes, it has a micro SD card slot for like firmware updates, emulators, screenshots, etc. Space might have some good info for you, Echo, on some of the like multi-emulator devices. Space is kind of cut from the same cloth as me when it comes to like the hardware stuff, but he just knows more about the emulator devices than I do. I'm pretty sure you can run a Game Boy emulator on a Pocket. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I can't say with 100% certainty because I haven't done it, but I would almost stake my life on the fact that you can run like NES and SNES emulators on it, so it would be pretty wild if you couldn't run a GB emulator on it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't need an EverDrive to run like ROMs from a cartridge slot rather than the SD card. I just don't know exactly what the setup flow is. Azahar? What's Azahar, Manu? Is that just like a software emulator? Space, do you know anything about like the other like DS, the like really popular like DS form factor emulator handhelds? Like Ein Thor and whatever other ones there are? Because I don't know anything about those to tell Echo. Other than that they exist. I only know about the pocket. I said I was going to be switching daggers back and forth, but I haven't been doing it. We haven't run into anything that's physically tolerant, I guess, is why. No, we don't need Fire Tempest. Okay, is there a basement 9? Yes. Is there a basement 10? TBD. Yeah, the name Pocket is obviously a nod to the Game Boy Pocket, Manu. But yes, it is a handheld form factor. It looks like a giant Game Boy. This is the analog Pocket in a case. But yeah, it's about... Struggling to open the case. It's not quite as big as a Brick Boy, original Game Boy, but it's definitely not as small as a Game Boy Pocket. But that's the form factor. The screen on the Analog Pocket is unbelievable. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's very close to the size of the DMG, which is the original Game Boy. It's a little bit slimmer form factor. Oh God. This is a horrible, horrible mob. Two of these guys, resistant to magic. Oh my God. Smashy praying for a game over. And then this other enemy that's a data bug is a data bug of one of the most horribly nefarious enemies in the whole game. And I have to ignore it while I get rid of this other guy. Where did you go? Oh my God. What a nightmare. Oh, nice. We got the data drain okay. Absolutely rip that. Abel Lameller. Okay, what can I get rid of? Oh, Valhalberd is a level 99 rare, and we have 6 of them. Alright, goodbye, Hands of Water. Abel Lameller sounds like... A lot of these items sound like they could be really, really high level or really, really low level. Dark Lord. Like a Dark Lord of the Sith? Okay. Let's take a look at this item. Level 93 medium armor. Oh my God, and it has rig same. 1503, 26310. Oh, I can just compare. So it's comparable. It's comparable to what I'm wearing, but it's not, like, empirically better. Both of my attacks go up by 1, and my defense goes down by 1. Accuracy change is negligible. And spell change is negligible as well. I guess it's worth it for the attack boost. Yeah, sure, we'll take it. What's today's shirt? This is an old threadless shirt. I'm usually wearing a Yeti shirt, which means it's like a video game reference, but this is just art that someone created. It's not a, as far as I know, it's not a reference to anything. It's just like a carousel, like merry-go-round, depending on what culture you're from, like the horses that little kids ride on in a circle with oom-pa-pa circus music, but then like a hand spinning it like it's a top. I forget what the name of the piece is. I'd have to look at the collar to remember. This is an old threadless shirt that I've had for like probably 15 or 16 years. When I first discovered threadless. What did I come in here to do? I don't know. We're good. We're good on buffs. Oh, we're about to get hit with the final ad break of the day. I will be back in about 3 minutes. Hopefully we can finish this dungeon in an hour. It just keeps going. See you in a few. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Yeah, if you have a stock DS Lite, there are flash carts that work. I have one from like 2009 that's still going very strong. The old Ace Card 2i. I'm sure you can't buy those anymore. Brand new. And I'm sure they've come a long way since then. And then it's been a very long time since I've looked into the subject, so the landscape has probably changed. But for the longest time, there was no flash cart that worked on an unmodified 3DS. But if you have a 3DS that is like flashed to like custom firmware, there are some there are absolutely some flash carts that work for 3DS. And I know a lot of people have turned 3DSs into very powerful emulator machines in a similar way to like the PSP back in the day, where you could get like NES, SNES, Game Boy Family emulators, you know, load up an SD card, kind of a deal. And the custom firmware has gotten like really good too, where you can like, you know, like it looks very official, you know, and you've got like your little icons on your home screen and you can organize them into folders, and it doesn't feel like you're in some kind of homemade janky menu like it did back in the day. Pretty sure this is a low-level item, but let's just check. Yeah, it's junk. But I had a level 1 spell I could let go of. It's really bizarre how many different unique items we're running into here as well. This dungeon is doing so many unprecedented things. That might be better than buying a $400 device. Yeah, absolutely. Oh god, this is awful. This is a terrible mob. I'm starting to get really worried that we're not going to make it through this dungeon before we run out of potions. Like, if I get to the boss and I have to rely solely on Mistral for healing, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be very bad. And if this thing goes beyond 10 floors, we're definitely going to run out. That spell is so ungodly powerful. Oh, I need an SP drink. Oh, it doesn't count the one that I'm wearing. We should take this. Yeah, so let me get rid of my raccoon ear cap. That's junk. Yeah, if we keep running into a bunch of these ladies, our inventory is really in danger. Like, very, very in danger. Okay. I'm dead. At least we don't have to worry about resurrects as much, because we have a party member who can revive with magic. That makes a big difference in how scary this is to be this deep and this much of a resource deficit, but the potions is still very scary. Yeah, I haven't messed around with an emulator box in a very long time. The only emulator-based stuff that I have is all left over from when I used emulators a long time ago. So I have like my DS Lite flash cart from 2009, and I have my hacked PSP 1000 from like 2007, you know? And I remember how to like make stuff happen on those. But my knowledge didn't really go farther forward than that, because that's kind of when I like around like 2011 is when I decided I want to collect physical games and only play physical games, and I want to stop using guides and save states and fast forward and rewind and that sort of thing. So that was that was also the time when I stopped learning a lot of stuff about that world. I'm gonna assume this is trash and just let it go. Okay, let's get rid of this thing first, because it's easier to kill. Oh my god, that spell is ridiculous. So many hits and so much damage. Just absolutely absurd. And then this thing has a big giant room to run around in. Whew! Barely got the mute button before the sneeze. Mistral died, though. Please die, please die. Stop running. Oh god. He gets one more spell off before he dies. I hate this guy so much. No, don't kill Mistral again. Okay. Now it's just you. We got this. Oh, I died. Mistral, please. This is a little bit scary because she's low on SP. Okay, data drain okay. I have no SP. God. Whew. Yes, Analog started with consoles and then branched out into handhelds. I have the Super NT and the 3D of theirs. I don't have the NES clone that they made, which is just called the NT. I didn't have an NES as a kid. That was before my time. And so I don't really have like nostalgia for the NES or NES games. And it's also their most expensive console, especially now. So I don't really have any desire to have that one. But I'm really glad that I have the Super NT and the 3D and the Pocket. If they were ever to make a PS1, I would buy it as well, or a PS2, obviously. For a while, I was kind of convinced, like, oh, they just won't be able to do, you know, 64 and PS1. They're just going to stop at 16-bit. But that's not true, apparently. So, I have no idea what he is working on, if anything. I know the 3D was, like, a really tough project for him to get out, because it happened... like, the development happened during the pandemic, and then when it was finally ready to, like, go to market, the trade war stuff happened. So, just, like, double suffering for that guy to try to make the Analog 3D happen. And it had it's, like, the only thing he's ever made that had, like, a bumpy launch as well, as far as, like, stability, functionality. So I think he suffered a little bit from that, too. Oh yeah, I don't know a lot about NEC stuff, so I would not be able to explain to you exactly what the Duo does. Space might know if Space is still here. But yeah, he made a Sega Genesis one, and then one for like the NEC stuff. But I know Nintendo and almost nothing else. So, I don't know, lol. Oh my god. And I really need this to be the last floor of this dungeon. We are in trouble here. Now everyone's confused. That is not what it stands for, but that's funny. Banyuinryoku. That's a wild name. I don't know what that means. That's not why I'm saying that. It's just a lot of letters. A lot of syllables. What can I drop for this? What are we getting rid of? We have nothing but good equipment now, so we don't have any goober equipment that we can drop. I think we're gonna have to just pick a spell. Yeah, let's get rid of the devil. And then see what this is. It might not even be something worth keeping. It might be like a really low level item. But we don't know until we look. Oh, it's a level 99 rare staff. Okay. 24 magic attack. And it has 3 level 4 summons of different elements. Holy crap. Holy crap. Yeah, the pocket, he usually does like waves. So you'll need to like sign up for like the mailing list and, you know, do that kind of racket and like wait for like another round of them to be manufactured. It's a very, very small company. It's to the best of my knowledge, it's pretty much just like one guy that's like coordinating all of the manufacturing and business stuff. So I don't think he makes enough money to just like mass produce them. But more will be made. I like whenever he is like sunsetting one of the consoles, they will explicitly say like, this is the final wave, which is what they did with the Super NT. Or at least, you know, that's what they said. Maybe he'll make more someday, but you know, at a certain point he was like, there will be no more Super NTs. If you want a Super NT, this is the last chance. So I pre-ordered one. But that has not happened with the Pocket. The Pocket is like mega successful compared to his other platforms, so I'm sure he'll keep doing waves of them. So you're not out of luck forever, you're just out of luck right now. And also, the like different like accessories and components like the dock and the cartridge adapters and all that other stuff will restock on like a different timeline than the console itself. So it's like, if you know you're gonna get one, it's worth watching the site to see if like the dock comes back in stock. And even though the system's sold out, they've got the dock in stock. Like, just buy the dock, you know? Because the dock probably won't be in stock when the system is. And then you're gonna be like, dang it, I wanted the dock and I didn't get it. Plus it hurts your wallet less to buy them at separate times. But yeah, I feel like, personally, the dock is a must-have with the Pocket. Like, that's what really completes the experience.
There, cat egg.
Oh my god, Manu. Tendons in both of your biceps. That's terrifying. Muscle injuries are scary, but tendon injuries are so much scarier. Okay, I'm gonna skip. From now on, I am skipping any battles that I can possibly skip. I am not going to commit to clearing all the portals in this dungeon because I'm at such a low number of consumables. I really need basement 10 to be the last floor. Please let this be the last floor. Okay, it is. It is. Okay, how many potions do I have? 18? We're gonna look at the Book of 1000 right now. Oh, dang it, we can't. We have to be out of a dungeon. So this book number 2 here counts how many times you've cleared all the portals. And I want to remind myself if I can even get more rewards from doing this. But whatever. It's not worth risking like a game over. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna go for it. We've got one more room here. This is a a really annoying encounter, but it's actually not as bad as it could be. This would be worse if there were Lich Lords. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try putting her on full-time first aid duty and see if she can pull it off. Oh, right. I died, so I have no SP. This is a very risky thing for me to do. Yeah, it does take a very long time to heal. It's true. Okay, now, when she's dead, I have to bring her back immediately. She's doing a pretty good job here. And let's hit her with a Mage's Soul. We're okay with using Mage's Soul. I'm trying to save potions. Because if there's a boss after this, we're gonna need potions. Without fail. Okay, and now we're down to 1. Oh god. Okay, we're not messing around here. Everybody's HP and SP is 1. So we're just gonna... Yeah. Fix that. Mage's Soul. You can skip Arm Day? Yeah, that's a good excuse to skip Arm Day. That's a good excuse to skip several Arm Days. Okay, we should be okay now. Okay. Minimal potion usage, which is good. That's gotta be a low-level item. I'm gonna let it go. Okay, there might not even be a boss fight here. It could just be a scene. And I feel like how tough and long this dungeon was supports the idea that there might not be a boss. There's a lot of dungeons that don't have bosses. But we're gonna prepare as if there is a boss. Like, we're gonna assume that this is wave 8. I really hope it's not. But it might be. So. Alright, here we go. One more little crate room. Yes, I don't need that. Now, the purple stuff usually means a boss, but not necessarily. It just means you're gonna get pulled into something when you go through here. Okay, we have a cutscene. I was right, it's one of these void rooms. This is Harold's theme.
Who goes there? Who are you?
This is Harold?
My name is Harold.
What? Hey, you're nothing but a piece of rock. You're responsible for the cursed wave, aren't you? All right, then fix this thing.
No. The passage of time is irreversible. Birth or death. Now only these two choices remain.
What? What are you saying?
Aura.
Aura, the child of light, Emma's daughter, my daughter, just a little more.
It's no use. This guy is totally gone.
Aura, I have something I want to ask you. You said that I shouldn't fight Kubia, but why?
Kubia is a shadow. When there is light burning in the darkness, a shadow is born. When the bracelet appeared in this world, Kubia was born as well. The bracelet and Kubia are the opposite sides of the same coin.
Okay.
Therefore,
We pretty much theorized this.
Kubia, the bracelet will be destroyed.
Kubia must have already known that, and that's why it kept running away.
Kubia will no longer run away. Because I have finally been released. What do you mean?
Massive data believed to be the wave is heading in your direction.
Oh, great.
That's the last one. Destroy it.
It is going to be Wave 8.
Traveler, take this to heart. It is darkest before the dawn.
Run away. It is not too late.
We'll defeat it and end this.
No, it's not. That is...
We're kind of doing a bad job of listening to Aura when she tries to tell us stuff. Oh. Oh, that's Kubia.
Kubia.
It's okay, it's just Kubia. We'll get him, puppies. Oh, and we're in a battle. Okay, I got it right. This is very unexpected. This is not what I thought was going to happen. So, okay. I've been writing already, so this is going to be kind of in the middle of the scene. We'll go back around. Aura discourages us from fighting Kubia, but Kite persists. And he seems to assume that destroying Kubia will fix everything. Let's see what else. Harold referred to Aura as his and Emma's daughter, which was super cringe and gross. And we kind of already suspected that that's how he felt about it, but it was nice to get like the confirmation, I guess, about kind of his mindset. The monolith cracks. The white void crumbles. And we fall into a battle with Kubia. Leos says that there's a huge data surge and that the wave is headed towards us. So that means either that Kubia is wave 8 or Leos just doesn't have enough information. I don't know what to make of him saying that. It's probably an overread on my part. Obviously there's a connection between Kubia and the Cursed Wave, but we kind of thought that he was independent, and we didn't get the, like, wave 8, you know, screen that we've gotten for all the other waves. Oh, the puppers are good, Manu. Puppers are good. I mean, 4th of July week is arguably Nima's worst week of the year because of the fireworks and her anxiety. And we're supposed to have some stormy weather this weekend, which is also going to suck for her. She's having stormy anxiety feelings today, even though there isn't one. I don't know if she just can tell that it's coming tomorrow, or if it's just, like, you know, in the vicinity at a distance that we can't perceive. Oh. Physical tolerance. Oh boy. What do I have? Ah, yes, the annoying sound is back. The fireworks sound. Speaking of fireworks. Okay, so we want to focus on the core here. The other ones are just like little attacky nodes. Does this do more damage? I'm doing so little damage. Meanwhile, Gobi's just like doing zoomies. She didn't get a walk on Wednesday because my neck was hurting so bad. Okay, something's happening. Alright, first aid. Alright, now we get to attack physically. We need to use skills, and we need to use them on the Repth Gomorrah, because this one can heal the other ones. So we need to get rid of that, and then we can focus on the Kubia core. But I'm gonna ignore the kill Gomorrahs, because they just do damage, and they will go away once we kill the regular guy. It's kind of hard for me to pick my target right now, though, because they're all just right next to each other. So I'm sort of at the mercy of their movement. Okay. Great, here comes the Jihad. Okay, that's a very weak attack. And now we're back to physical tolerance. This is very similar to the flow of the last Kubia fight. Once we kill the core here, it should move to the next phase. And This feels very final bossy. So I'm back to thinking that this is the end of the game. Wrong one. There could be more, like, story bosses after this, but it would have to be like a Final Fantasy type thing where, you know, we don't know the boss before it shows up, and it's like some new threat that was previously unknown. Like, Kubia has been the main villain literally the whole time. And I don't think we're gonna fight Harold or Emma. Yeah, we usually go for a walk on Wednesday and then one of the weekend days. Nice, caught that on the cutscene. Try to get some of these buffs back out really quick. This song, though. Oh, I see. We gotta run to the next... Wait. Can I possibly... No, we're in battle mode. I was like, I forgot to give that staff to Mistral. I should give it to her. Alright, we're back to physical tolerance. So if this would have been like a typical wave fight, that would actually be worse for our resources than the Kubia fight. So I guess we can take solace in that. Aelise! Thank you for the resub. 69 months. Nice. Can we get some nices in the chat for Aelise? That's 69 month. Tier 2. It's nuts. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Aelise. How are you? How's your evening? I'll get you a wheel spin whenever we get out of purgatory here. Which might be a while. But I promise we'll do it. I need a Mage's Soul. As a matter of fact, I'll just do 2. Oh, I should switch to my magical dagger. Yes, this will make a huge difference. Holy crap. My magic just went up by 14 points, and I have this powerful spell. That is so much more damage. They just all died. Okay, let's do a first aid really quick. And then this is the physically damageable core. Where's the core? Oh, there's a Rep Gamora? Okay, we gotta get rid of that Rep Gamora first. Which one are you? It's so hard to differentiate them. There we go. Your dog used to love the Ides of a walk. And then he'd get tired 20 minutes in. Yeah, Gobi is kind of like that. Gobi's the younger dog, but she does not have the stamina that Nima has. Nima's way older than Gobi, but Nima can just go. Oh, the idea of a walk. Gotcha. Yeah, Nima could go for a walk for like 5 hours, and she would not stop. She can just go. And she'll like pull. She will pull the whole way. You'll be tired before she's tired. She just has so much willpower to like get back home that she won't stop. Whereas Gobi will get really tired after like 40% of the walk. And she's so ready to just, like, stop. Back to physical. Tolerant. Focus on the core. Because they'll attack whatever I attack. Beware the Ides of Walk. Yeah. You have to stand there in the rain while the boy takes a little rest break? Wow. Yeah, if we, like, stop to, like, let another dog cross at a distance because we don't want to do the, like, dog versus dog thing, or we're, like, making room for somebody on the sidewalk that has, like, a stroller or, you know, a wheelchair or something, or if we're, like, stopping at the mailbox, like, Gobi will totally take the opportunity to just, like, plop down. She's such a slug. She has, like, the really, really powerful short bursts of energy. Like a puppy typically does. This is very low threat, so I'm just going to put these buffs back on as they expire. Because they're actually very useful. Especially when there's, like, long spell animations like this, like, all of our regens are happening during these long animations, which is very valuable. Yo, another legacy long resub. Nice. Rez piggybacking. Rez, thank you for 69 months. Founder badge is in the chat, y'all. Show some respect. Thank you so much, Rez. How are you doing, dude? Hope you're having a good one. That's 2 spins of the wheel. Also, founder badge holders that I know are in the Discord, make sure you have voted for the new RPG playthrough. There's a poll running right now for what we play after this. And I know a lot of you haven't voted. Yeah, the Discord despot has not voted either. The Discord despot has not voted in this poll yet. So if anyone has looked at the poll early on and thought that it was already decided, I assure you, it is far from decided. This feels like so unmistakably final boss. Oh, I love that I can walk past it. That's kind of funny. Alright, physical tolerance. Pull out the spells. Doing swell. Alone for the night. Catching up on some gaming. Oh, that sounds very cozy. That is a very precious type of time that you get to spend. I'm sure you get very, very little time where it's just you in the house. I hope you relish it and enjoy it. Thank you for spending some of it here. It's very gracious. Mage's Soul, that's what I'm looking for. This song is so, like, 80s down on his luck cop movie, like, no dialogue city shots part of the movie, where he's just kind of like walking the streets, going somewhere, and there's like hustle and bustle all around him. Like, you could just take like one of the like Axel F scenes from Beverly Hills Cop and like put this song in there instead, and it would work. Maybe even better. That gung, 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 that drum sample hitting that like low pentatonic riff. Something about that is just so like mid-80s cinema. In a very powerful way. At least the little ads can be hit with anything. God, this freaking rep Gamora has got to go. Oh, something's happening. But yeah, the fact that we get all our little like regen top off while all these long animations are happening is really, really valuable. None of his attacks are very strong though. Okay, we've got a physically oriented one now, so we can just lay in. But we've got healers. We gotta get rid of these healers. You don't think you could legally own a Twitch account in the Founder days? Well, the Founder badge is based on the channel, not the website. So, like, the people who have Founder badges in my chat were, like, the first 10 people to subscribe to me after I was able to offer subscriptions. That's how Founder badges work. And then if you go, I think when you go from affiliate to partner, your Founder badges goes from like 10 to 50 or something like that, or 35. But yeah, it's like founder of the channel, not founder of the website. Oh, what am I doing? I clicked the wrong spell. I was supposed to do Rigsame, or Rigging. Oh, great. Now we have statuses happening? That's a bummer. Gotta get rid of these rep Gamoras, because they can actually heal a lot. I don't care about the ones that attack me though. Okay, let me just do a skill here so I can see what types are left. Okay, it's just the core. So just attack the core. Don't even worry about the other rock. It's really hard to see what I'm aiming at, though. Okay, full heal, get rid of that status. Rig same on everybody. And back to skills. Despite that, you don't think you could legally own a Twitch account in the Founder days. That's fair, Ron. Can we get a Twitch channel badge for how many YouTube BB series you've seen? I wish I could give you that. That would be awesome. And absolutely deserved. On that note, you will be able to earn a special Backlog Boys subscription badge tomorrow during PokeFest. But all it will prove is that either you've never subscribed to me before or that you gifted a sub during the PokeFest event. So it doesn't really count as like a status symbol, even though it might look like one. The primary focus of the PokeFest event tomorrow is the watch badge that you earn just by watching for an hour. But because of the way Twitch set up the watch badge thing, you can't have a watching time badge without also having a subscription badge. So everybody else that's participating will also have a subscription badge, and they'll be different in every channel. Some of them might be Pokemon related. Mine is not Pokemon related. It is Backlog Boys related. Because I thought people might like having the TV BB badge. But they do not give out very conclusive information on how it works. Oh my god. Sorry. It's probably annoying me more than you, but I still feel the need to apologize. Gobi's like downstairs on patrol because the lady and Backlog Baby are out of the house, which means high alert for some reason. And then because Nima's having anxiety, she's up here hanging out in the closet. So she doesn't know that Gobi's barking at nothing and has to like take it seriously and run down there to check every single time. Oh, we're on physical tolerance? Okay. I've lost track. I'm kind of checked out of this fight. Which I shouldn't be, because I think it's the final boss. But these are just pretty chill fights. Sodom's Curse. Wow. That's a dark name for a spell. We need a first aid. Yes, focus on the core, focus on the core. There is a Rep Gamora, but I think there's only one. Maybe I can try some of my... Yeah, maybe we can just rip some of these. Yo, Mozzie, welcome in. How are you? You'd think it'd be high alert when Backlog Baby's home and not the other way around. No, yeah, they're incredibly calm when everybody's at home. But I think it's something like when not everybody is at home, they are eagerly anticipating the return of the people who are not home, which means so much more like looking out the window and listening for like the signs of that they know mean that person is returning. And so just because they're being more attentive to outside, they're like reacting to more things that are happening out there that are probably also happening while everybody's at home. But when everybody's at home, they're not listening as intently, they're not looking out the window as much. You know, they're chilling. Like sometimes there will be like a sound that catches their attention and, you know, they'll bark at it. But they're just not as alerted. That's the best I've been able to put it together. Okay, we're on physical tolerance now. Magic time. You have Dog on Lap right now? Congrats on Dog on Lap, Mozzie. That sounds great. I will have Dog on Lap in a little bit when after the little guy goes to bed and the lady and I have TV time. There will be a dog. It's not so much the lap as like just on all of me because they're quite large. Alright, we have two Rep Gamora. We've got to get rid of them. Oh, we're getting wide. Stretch it out, everybody, to the lateral side. If your aspect ratio has been feeling a little bit off lately, hang in there. All will return to equilibrium soon. TM. Get these frickin' healers out of here, dude. Nothing an RPG gamer hates more than a boss that can heal itself. I am allowed to use. Oh, we talking about DOL? That's wild. It's very funny. I haven't forgotten about these wheel spins, by the way. We're just in the middle of a very long boss fight that might be the last boss of the game, so you're gonna have to hold your horses. But it will happen. In the words of Mark Griffin, it will happen. Thank you for the slug pyramid, Mozzie. Well done. Very rare that we see a pyramid in this chat. By my 2 different instances of chat that I am viewing, you got it. Die, please. Which one are you? Okay, you're an attacky one, and you're an attacky one. Finally. Finally, we're done. Finally, we can hit this stupid thing with some magic without it healing itself. That was a little bit ridiculous for a second there. Now the ads are dead, the little additives. But not the 8 o'clock ad. The 8 o'clock ad is nipping at our heels. I need more SP. Haven't had to use a single potion, though. Alright, now what, Kubia? Okay, magic tolerance is good. This core is almost dead. We just had to endure that spell. Let me get this back on Black Rose while they take that thing out. I'm cursed. Come on. Stay on target. There. Okay, he's gonna let us move up. I don't see another little portal. I kind of want to just heal really quick. Maybe a deck dough, real quick. Aptu. Okay, what is this? Do we get to actually fight Kubia now? Oh, music change. Pay attention. Thanks, Black Rose. We're actually fighting Kubia. He has 4,000 HP. Alright, just start doing AoE stuff. What are these? Really quick, let me just... Kill Various? Okay. The kill ones just do physical attacks, the Various ones do, status effects, which is annoying. But as long as there's not a healing one... Did that literally just do status on one character? Okay. It would be so funny if Kubia only had 4,000 HP. After all that. After all that bluster. Because these attacks are happening really close together. Like, they seem to be happening based on the size of the HP bar. He's really wincing. Okay, let's get going, smiley face. The disrespect. Okay, I'm gonna click snooze on this ad. The ping pong bark. Whoa.
I guess it's not running away.
Fine, then let's settle this.
For just once. I'll stick with you till the end.
For just once? What do you mean? Oh, now it has 10k. Okay. Y'all can switch to skills. I'll do the rig same. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, what was going on there? That was weird. Instead of Kubia's health bar, I saw Mistral's health bar. And I don't know if it was because, like, I was confused and I was attacking her for a second. That threw me off. Okay, more status. This is probably supposed to be a lot scarier, but we have such high immunity to status. Kite and Mistral have very close to perfect status immunity. Arc Bullet. Okay, that's strong. Keeping the buffs up has been really good, so I'm not going to stop now. Because yeah, these little like interstitial spell animations are so long, and Mistral is just getting all her SP back during this, which is fantastic. That's the most powerful thing he's got so far. My god, puppies. Driving me crazy with that. It's really weird that Gobi is instigating this much too. Like, usually Nima is more the instigator. Armageddon? Oh boy. Armageddon blasted by this laser. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay, 50% HP. The speed boost has not been important at all, so I can let that go whenever it lapses. Armageddon's sick of new health bars. Yeah, there you go. It's like the Kingdom Hearts health bar where, like, you see a new color that you've never seen before and you don't know how many layers there are. And you're just waiting for, like, it to be the green one. There's purple? Yeah. I totally remember screaming stuff like that. Alright, I'm out of snoozes, y'all. I will do my best to pause if the ads start. Rig Same back, thank you. Yo, MN, welcome in. How are you, dude? What's going on with you? We are fighting possibly the final boss of this game. So I'm like super locked in. Okay, the speed boost ran out. I'm totally fine with that. You're good. I'm glad to hear it. Only state that you deserve to be in is good. Why does this look like Persona? Because there's a giant demon on the screen, probably. Alright, we've almost got him all the way down. Might not be the last phase, obviously, but... One more attack. Armageddon again, okay. Oh, I got one more snooze. Twitch gave me another snooze. I'll try to cook it until right before it's gonna go off. Oh, his HP is underflowing. He's cheating. He's using hacks. Sephira Returner. So is this going to be like a, we can't defeat him, he's infinite.
Do you think we can really defeat it?
Oh, we got a data drain his ass.
Rose, strike my bracelet.
You want me to do what? Hey, what the hell are you saying?
If they're two sides of the same coin, then this would settle it.
Oh, if we don't destroy the bracelet, we can't destroy
Forget about the
Kubia.
bracelet. We're in danger. If you can't do it,
Oh, all right. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it, so shut up! Ah!
She's gonna slice our arm off. Nope, we chipped it. Oh no. Oh, I just heard the lady come back. So we should have less barking now. Oh god, what is happening? This seems not good. Okay, maybe this is good? Kubia's turning back into ones and zeros? Are we done? Mistral's back, yay!
We've lost our Joker.
Our Joker? What?
but the enemy lost Kubia as well. And...
Oh, like, okay. As in, like, the bracelet was like our trump card. That's what she means by Joker. I see.
we have Aura. I'm sure there is a way to defeat the wave.
Oh, hey, Helba.
I've called the operation personnel. Let's have this conversation in Omega Server Root Town.
Yeah.
Okay. This seems like a good spot for me to,
We're able
well, hold
to
on.
come
We might
back.
get the opportunity to just save and quit, because I do need to sign off.
I guess we should save the game at the recorder.
Yes, we should, Black Rose. Why did you say that? Is something gonna try to stop me from saving? Because that would not be cool. Slot number 1. Okay, all right, perfect. Let's write some things and then I gotta get out of here. After 10... Oh no, wait, I don't need to write that. I already wrote that. So, after many phases, we defeat Kubia. But it just starts refilling its HP. Kite realizes they need to destroy the bracelet. To make Kubia destructible? Black Rose attacks it with all her might and chips a piece of it off. It gets scary for a moment, and Kite seems to be in pain and out of control, but a huge beam hits Kubia and he dissipates into data. We land in a blank field and Kite says we still need to destroy the wave. Helba appears and says we should debrief in Omega Town. All right. And that was save slot 1, and I will call this Kubia defeated? Question mark. Need Item management. All right, and this is where I leave you for today, folks. I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central to 8 p.m. Central. You'll have a 5-hour window to get your watch badge from me. Here is the schedule for everybody on PokeFest tomorrow. I'm not going to plug the rest of July to you right now because this is tomorrow and I don't have enough time. But check out all the streamers that I linked in the chat. I post, if you go into the general channel of Discord, I pinned a link to everyone's channel, and that list is in order of time of day rather than order of the Kanto 8 badges because they don't correlate directly. So hope to see you tomorrow. We're going to be doing our normal Boys Lock stream that we would have done on Tuesday, just tomorrow, but there's going to be some key decisions, or one key decision made good on tomorrow. Which is exciting. And then we'll be going after our 6th gym badge. And we'll probably have some new people coming through trying to get the badge. So that's exciting. We're in ads now, so you're not hearing me if you're not subbed. I'm sorry. I'm finding someone to raid. Where should we go? Well, let's raid Indy. We don't get a lot of opportunities to raid Indy because she rarely streams outside of Sunday afternoons. But I'm a big fan of Indy. Indy does have an 18+ stream, and she does have a potty mouth. So if you have any kiddos in earshot or you are sensitive to swears or lewd topics, be forewarned. Hi, Char. How are you? Nice to see you. I hope you can join us for the raid. We're about to head out. And we're also in the middle of an ad right now, so I don't even know if you can hear me, but maybe you're a turbo enjoyer. We are headed over to Indie Glowstick. She's playing a game called Empires of the Undergrowth, and it's like an ant game. I love ants. Ants are sick. They're very cool. So I'm excited to see what this is all about. But yes, I will be back tomorrow with Pokemon Black. Come and get your watch badge. It's going to be fun. Vote in the Discord for the new RPG poll, please. You have until Sunday to do that. We're doing a bonus stream on Sunday with the lady. Hope you can join us for that as well. That's at noon Central on Sunday. Special streams all next week. I'll talk to you more about that tomorrow and yap at you about charity stuff. Feel free to donate while I'm offline. Link is at the top of the chat if you want to grab it. Y'all be good. Have a good rest of your whatever. Bye.